That's way out. Anybody? Yeah. All right. Ready? I'm sure it was.
And I can show her, the guy.
Hey, can you guys mute yourself? You guys are really, really loud.
Hello? Can somebody add Nancy Russell as a panelist?
Geez, I was thinking I wasn't going to need to be there. Geez, I was sitting in the room there for a while. How's everybody?
Doing all right for a Saturday morning.
Yeah, I hear you.
At least we're not being invaded.
I hear you there, my friend. Oh, man.
Good. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Town and School Meeting Day 2022, being held remotely. So we're only here as a virtual group, but I'm glad everybody could join us this morning. We have 38 people as part of the meeting right now. It's a beautiful, gorgeous morning. I hope everybody had a chance to take in some sunshine before we turned our attention to town matters. My name is Chuck Worcester. I'm your elected moderator for today's meeting. And once again, welcome everybody to this unusual and awkward format, but we'll do the best that we can. So today is the third of 4 events in our town meeting cycle this year. The fourth and final event is Tuesday, which is all day voting, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. up at the high school as usual. We, of course, encourage everybody to make their way to the polls on Tuesday. If you're new to town or have never registered to vote, you actually can register on the spot with Lisa, our town clerk. So if you arrive at the polls, let somebody know that that's what you wish to do, and they'll help you to find Lisa and take care of that. So it's not too late. Quick thanks for the people who are making today's meeting possible. As always, Lisa O'Neill, our town clerk, Paula Nolte, who's our Director of Human Resources. And then we've got David and Jackson from CATV here running the show. And we're all knocking on wood, the AV is working perfectly so far. At least it is on my end. I hope it is on everybody's end. And then finally, we have some members of our town and school meeting committee here who are taking notes to help us. We're kind of reconstituting that committee to help run town meetings in future years. So thanks to them as well. Okay, so today, in a normal year, we would actually be voting on a fair number of items this morning. But because of the remote format, there's no voting happening today. So any item that has to be voted upon has been moved to Tuesday. So not to fear, you'll have a chance to vote on those things on Tuesday. So no voting today. As a result, we're not using Robert's Rules of Order. There's sort of no reason to do that, which is fine. It makes for a little bit of a streamlined meeting, with one exception that I'll get to in a moment. And that is, in each of our warnings for today, one for the school and one for the town, there's an item on the agenda to do any necessary and proper non-binding business. So the only thing that's not proper to do under that category is to talk about candidates. Under Vermont state law, you can't talk about the candidates twice, essentially, and we're talking about them by voting on them on Tuesday. So no discussion of candidates is permitted in today's meeting. Everything else, however, if people have questions about what's on the ballot or what's not on the ballot, details, people should feel free to ask either the school board or the select board, respectively, in that part of the meeting. So the only question on my end is, in a normal meeting, that particular item of necessary and proper non-binding business would go on until the meeting voted to adjourn. And someone would stand up and say, vote to adjourn. And then if a majority agreed, then the meeting would be over. So we don't have that luxury this time. So it's going to be up to me to decide when that portion has come to an end. So I just wanted to let people know what I'm thinking and what my guidelines will be, which is simply, as on Monday, I want to make sure everybody has a chance to be heard. If they've got a question or a comment, I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to address either one of the two boards. So by all means, if you have a question or comment, make sure you raise your hand on Zoom virtually, of course, not in person, and so I can see that, and then I can call on people, and I'll roughly do that in the order that hands came up. And in particular, if there's a new topic that hasn't been discussed, I'll be eager to make sure that those comments and questions are heard. At some point, it may be that we start covering the same ground over and over again. And that's when I may decide that we've come to the end of our productive part of the meeting, and I may call for an end to the item. So that's kind of what I'm thinking at the outset. Just wanted to let everybody know that that's how it's going to work. So,
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Coach, go ahead.
Because we have quorums of both boards, we will still have to call both meetings to order.
Yes. Yep. Why don't now let's get right to that, Coach. So the way this works, we have the town and school meeting together. This year, the town is going second and the school is going first. So let me turn it over to Coach Christie, the chair of the school board, to call that meeting to order.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this really bright, sunshiny morning. I'd like to call to order the annual Hartford School District meeting for Saturday, February 26th.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Coach. So we are in session here. For those of you who are at home, or have a copy to one of these books, the agenda for today is in these books. It's also on the town website. And if someone is beating down your door saying, how can I join this meeting? Directions for joining the meeting are also on the town's website. Okay, so we have two items on the warning for the school board for the annual school district meeting today. The first is to receive the reports of the Board of School Directors. That report, as I just mentioned in my show and tell here, is right here. So this has been published. It has been distributed. You can get a copy in any of the town libraries, here at the town hall, probably up at the school district office. So there are ways to get this. You can also access it electronically on the website. So this is the report. It's been printed, it's been circulated, and I will declare it received by the population. So that's our first item. So that's out of the way. So we're on to item number 2, which is to do any other necessary and proper non-binding business.
Actually, Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
we do have a presentation for the report.
Okay, great,
Of the
fantastic.
school directors, and we would like to request that our non-resident administrators that are with us today be able to also speak during the course of the meetings regarding questions or any part of the presentation.
Coach, it's good to have a steady hand here, Coach. Yes, during Vermont Town Meeting, only residents of the town are permitted to participate unless others are admitted to the meeting by a vote of the populace. In this case, I'll act on behalf of the populace and say, yes, it's perfectly acceptable for our non-resident administrators to participate. So, Coach, thanks for keeping me honest, and take it away.
We let Kathy Newton in, and actually she is a resident.
Yes.
Okay, can we promote Kathy Newton? We're working on that.
And Roy Hathorn.
All right, stand by.
Both are residents of town too. I am not.
Right.
Kathy Newton. All right, we've got Kathy.
Both Kathy and Roy are our assistant superintendents. They work ably with Tom DeBalzi in our administrative team for your Hartford School District, which I am incredibly proud of, and of the work that they do. So take it away, Mr. DeBalzi and team.
Okay, Kathy Newton is charged with presenting an overview of the annual school report for all of the residents and taxpayers. So Kathy's just gonna give an overview so you know what's involved or what's in the annual school report, and you can access that on the school website as well as the hard copy that's distributed around town.
Thank you, Tom. I was hoping that perhaps Roy might be able to share the digital copy so we can sort of show it as we talk through this, but also just to let folks know that if you want to follow along and you are on a digital device, if you go to the Hartford School District website, and if you click on the top menu bar on community, there's a little community word at the top. You click on that, and then down on the left side, you can see a list of all of the annual reports, I think from 2016 up until this one currently. So if you want to follow along that way as well, you can do that. Is it possible for Roy to share, or should I just go through? Okay.
Should be possible.
Yep.
working on it. You can start and I'll get it up and running.
We have the technology.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start as soon as my copy loads up. Sorry for the delay. I am out in West Hartford, and anyone who lives out in West Hartford knows that our internet is a little bit slower than the rest of the town. So I may have to actually stop my video in order to not freeze or keep talking. So I'm gonna not be seen for a few minutes so I can use my technology better and quicker.
Kathy,
Yep.
I just want to let you know, I checked on the webpage and it looks like only last year's report was available, 2020. Or am I off by year? 2020 to 2021?
I think you may be looking in the wrong spot.
Okay.
So if you look at if you go to the website and you look on the very top menu bar, those little blue words that says family.
Where it says community.
Community, click on community.
Yep.
And then down on the left-hand side, you'll see the 2021 annual report.
I am not.
Huh.
But it may be the browser I'm using.
That's weird.
Okay, we've got the report up.
It is on the school board page.
Yes,
If you go to the
Yes.
school board page,
it is. It is there.
on the left-hand sidebar, the 2021 annual report is in the left column.
It
Okay.
is.
And so is the auditor's report.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we'll just go through it briefly. And if we scroll down through the first couple of pages, obviously we have the warnings. And then we get to our title page and our table of contents. You'll notice the table of contents here has page numbers. These page numbers coincide with the digital copy and not the printed copy. So just wanted you to know that when it goes to the printer, they reorder the numbers, the page numbers. So this is applicable to the digital copy. And then if you scroll down further, you will see a letter to you, to the community from the school board. And then what follows is our district's end policies. Those have been around for quite some time now, and I think they are being looked at, I think, for revision in the future, but right now this is what we go by. And then you'll see some pages that indicate enrollments in our special programs, our free and reduced meal program. And then we get to our school summaries. And every year, each of our buildings puts together a school summary of some of their highlights and accomplishments from the year past. So this is based on last year's information. Each of our schools has a page in which to highlight these. And if you keep scrolling down slowly so as not to bother anybody's visual perceptions, just keep going down through our 3 elementary schools, our high school, our middle school, and then our collaboratives as well. So we have the autism program at the Wilder School. We have our alternative program at the Wilder School, and our regional resource center at the high school. On page 21, we have the HSD General Fund History of Budget, Taxes, and Tax Rates. And this is simply a historical document meant to give you a snapshot of how things have been sort of laid out over the years. And this goes all the way back to 2002. And every year we add on the next year and sort of take off the last or the most, the year from the early years. The next few pages give you a sort of visual picture of the Hartford student and staff data. So you can sort of see where staffing and enrollment interact with each other. Our first section is specific to the high school. So you can see our staffing rates and our enrollment rates over the last 5 years. And then our middle school staffing and our middle school enrollment rates. And as you continue on through, you'll see the 3 elementary schools as well. We have Dothan Brook School. We have Ottaquiche School. And we have White River School. The next few pages give you some, it's basically a resource of where to find the Vermont Annual Snapshot. And this is what the state does for all of the districts and all of the schools to give communities a picture of the schools that are within their community and across the state. And so you can go there. There are several links for you to explore. And there's a description of what it actually means for us and how we use it. Our snapshot for this year hasn't been released yet, or for last year, it's been embargoed, so we don't get a chance to actually see it yet this year. But you can certainly go back through previous years to see how we've been doing. And if we scroll a little bit further than that, if you look on page 30, you'll see a quick summary of the annual snapshot. Sort of, this is still based on 2019 and 20. Like I said, we don't have the new data yet or the new snapshot. So this is what we have currently. Going further on, yes.
Should it be emphasized that that is a function the state has taken on itself?
Yes.
And that we can't do it. They've taken that function on. So we're sort of held hostage until they get around to it.
Exactly. Thank you. Going further, you can see some SAT and ACT data that we collect yearly and report out on. If you see any stars, like you'll see the ACT data in 2021 and equals nothing, and there are stars there, and that's because the number of students who took the test, the average was not available. There were too few. We have the advanced placement test, and we have student plans for graduation. And again, this is based on last year's students because this year's students haven't indicated what they're doing. And so we always report on the year before. Extracurricular activities that are offered at both the high school and the middle school. And then our notices. And here we go into our fiscal portion of the report. And I'm gonna turn it over to Jacob. Before I do, I just wanted to know if anyone had any questions on the portion that I just shared with you.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. I'm looking, I don't see any hands up. We've got about 54 people in the meeting right now. No hands are up, so let's continue.
Can Jacob Vazina be upgraded? Can speak quickly to the financials.
Yep, we'll work on that, Tom.
Jacob Messina.
Okay, we have Jacob in the panel.
Okay, good morning. So the financial pages are just a brief overview of the budget. This is just a layout of the summary of the following pages. This is the expenses and revenues for all funds for FY23 that you'll be voting on because you vote on the complete budget. And this is the object summary of all funds. And this is a summary of the budget broken out by function. And this is the revenue summary for all funds for next year, just broken out. This is the student population data for this year as of October 1st, 2021. This is the estimated tax page. I will say, you'll notice that the numbers are a little bit different than what was presented in the budget, and that is because with the tax commissioner's letter, they sent 2 scenarios of yields. We used scenario B at the time because we believe that to be the most correct. That was the state was not going to apply any of their surplus money towards lowering tax rates. However, as we got to the end of finalizing the budget, it looks like the state is going to use some of their surplus money, which will give us better yields to lower the tax rate. So your tax rate we're projecting is going to decrease. And this is a 3-year comparison of the educational tax rate just for informational purposes. And then this is the bond amortization schedule for all our bonds. We're working on it and trying to manage our debt levels as much as we can. And then this is just an update as of June 30th, 2021 for our scholarship funds and our reserve accounts. And then if you go to the school board's portion of the website, you can go find the 2021 auditor's report.
You passed over the school district's calendar, which is probably the most complex document to pull together of all of them in this report.
Yeah, we're very proud of our calendar this year. We've included holidays. If you go to that second page, you can see that we've included holidays, recognized days of different groups in town and what they celebrate so that we can honor all the different ethnic groups in our town. So we're excited to add that to our calendar. And that is our annual report this year. We spend a lot of time on it, so I'm very excited to have Jake and Kathy and Roy share in the presentation. It's a lot of work, but there's a lot of information, and it's a tremendous resource for all the folks out there. So please take a look at it and let me know your comments. If you like something, if you need more information, it would be great. And we try to give you what you want.
Great, thanks
Thank
so
you,
much,
Chuck.
Tom. And everybody, that was great. Kathy, Jacob. I do have one question for you from someone named Mike. Mike, go ahead and unmute yourself and ask away.
Chuck, Mike Morris. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Mike.
Yep.
Tell us
Thank you.
where
I
you
hope-
live. Just confirm.
I'm a Hartford resident. Thank you.
Yep.
I hope this is the appropriate time to ask this question, but I meant to ask it before. If I'm not wrong, last year, I believe the school had a leftover fund balance of approximately 1.2 million. And then they came out with a budget that's 1.2 million or so higher than last year. That kind of indicates to me we're going up $2.5 million. Can somebody briefly explain why we had so much left over from last year? And or if it was from, it's already budgeted for something that's going to be spent, or are we just rolling over money into our reserve accounts? And what's the reason for such an increase?
Great. Thanks, Mike. Who wants to take that from the board?
Jacob, would you do the high level view, and then Russ and I and Tom can help after that.
Sure. So for FY21, we had a large portion, almost $1 million, that was federal monies related to the CRF, which was the COVID relief fund. So that was a lot of money we recouped. And then we also had the ESSER grant, ESSER 1, which was the Elementary and Secondary Schools Emergency Relief Fund. So these were federal grants that we didn't really account on getting, but were covered for a lot of our COVID costs. So we ended up with a higher balance at the end of the year compared to what we would have had. And with that, we had a bigger balance, and the board decided in part to do $1 million going back to offset taxes.
Russ?
Sorry. So basically, Mike, at the end of fiscal 21, we did have a $3.8 million surplus. As Jacob just alluded to, we are using $1 million of that to buy down the tax rate versus the prior year, which we used 600,000. And if approved, we're going to take another $800,000 of that, put it into a capital reserve, which is essentially going to be, in all practical purposes, designated for two major projects related to roofs at the Ottaquechee and the Dothanbrook schools type thing. And as Jacob said, part of the reason for the surplus in fiscal 21 was all these federal monies that we're being able to use and apply in various places type thing. For fiscal 22, we don't anticipate that type of surplus. So your very good question about why things appear to be up so much is basically for those two reasons.
Great, thanks, Russ. And the item you mentioned, the $800,000 for the voters, that's something that you get to vote on Tuesday. That's on the warning.
Correct.
There is one additional factor in playing, which is that last year we deliberately reduced a lot of expenditures below the level we would normally expend in order to try to reduce the burden on taxpayers for that year. This year, we are returning to our normal levels of expenditure with respect to maintenance and kinds of projects that we had deferred.
Very good. If anybody else in the audience, there are 57 of us at the moment. If you have a question about the town report and this presentation, now's a good time to raise your hand. Any school board member have anything else to add? Whoops, I do have a question here. Okay, we have Jeff Arnold. Jeff, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us where you live and ask away.
My name is Jeff Arnold. I'm from Wilder. I saw in the town report that Kathy just showed the increase is going to be 7.4%, but Russ said that it was going to be a negative number. Why the discrepancy?
I'll take that one.
Sure.
That's a great question, Jeff. There isn't a discrepancy. It's the nature of school funding. And the 7.4% roughly increase is all funds, including the collaborative, because that's where the taxpayers will be voting on a figure of 43 million X number of dollars. Whereas in Kathy recently just showed a chart where the general fund is what we raise to educate our students here in Hartford is 33 million. And part of the big reason why we can go from an apparent or the appearance of going up 7.3% to actually going down 5.4% is as a result of, in Maine, the yield calculation. That's gone way up from previous years, and that has a tremendous impact on the actual tax rate for the taxpayers in Hartford.
Great, thanks, Russ. It's a good encapsulation of a long topic.
And back to the 2 quick points. Because of the educational fund, which pays for all of our student educational needs in the state, having such a reserve as it does this year, as noted earlier, the state is working to reduce all taxpayer contributions across the board through the Ed Fund. So hopefully at the end of next week, when we get back, that will be one of the key pieces of business that gets done next week.
Great, thanks, Coach. And for the voters, Coach Christie's also in the legislature. So when he talks about next week, he's talking about Montpelier, I believe.
The other part of our lives.
All right, I don't see any other hands raised at this moment. So unless there's any waving of hands amongst the panelists here, I'll declare that we're through the first item here.
Mr.
Yes.
Moderator,
Yes.
just another comment. And this is in reference to the work of your boards, your school boards, as residents of the town. And a number of you, even in the audience, have participated in this effort. The work that we have done in Hartford has been substantial in maintaining our collective assets. We have over $87 million in physical plant assets. And when you look at that, we've been very fortunate as a district through the administration and the boards over the last 12 years to do a lot of work in maintaining that infrastructure. And even with the bonds that we have accrued over that period of time, we've leveraged a lot of funding to keep our assets maintained. And there's been a very high emphasis on that. Those of you that have participated as board members over the years have seen a lot of intentionality in that area. And so what it's done, it's put Hartford in a pretty good position. Is it perfect? No, because nothing is perfect. But related to where we are, I would say that the state of our district is good. And that's looking at the other 62 SDs around the state. So, you know, that's a tribute to our community because you're the ones that make this happen. So thank you all for your support of the work of this group in front of you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thanks, Coach.
If I may.
Yes, I do have a question from the audience. So go ahead. Yeah, was that you, Peter?
No, it's the.
Okay. Yes, I have a question from Christina Tardy. Christina, go ahead, unmute yourself. Tell us where you live and ask away.
Hi, Christina Tardy, White River Junction. If this is not the good time for the question, just defer it for later. But here's the question I have: if any specific, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if this is the time for a specific question. Regarding the hack tech, I think it is program of the school where they build houses on give me a second. I think it's a Brookmade Circle. So I think it's with the school that we're building houses and we're selling them. How do we track that money is that money tracked in the budget? And can we do more of these programs where we build houses in collaboration? I get, like, I'm assuming how you're doing it. I'm not sure exactly how you're doing it, but for FY 2023, how was the plan for such programs? And can we do more of them? Like, can we build more houses and sell them? And I don't know, does that affect the school budget or not? Like, I just want to understand that. Thank you.
Great,
So-
thanks,
so-
Christina. Yep, that's a good question. That's in, it's germane. So who wants to take that from the board?
So Tom, I saw you smiling because, Tom is, as our chief executive officer for the district, oversees that piece of this puzzle as well. And historically, being here going on 12 years now consistently, I think he can share a pretty good overview of that particular portion of the Hartford Career and Technology Center and how it's working. Tom?
Yeah, thank you, Coach, and thank you, Christina. Good question. I wish we could do more. We build a house basically every 2 years, and the students build that from start to finish. So from foundation, the ground up, basically, to completion. And we sell the house and we cover the costs. And sometimes make a little profit, but all of that goes right back into the budget. The tech center, HACTC, is what we call an enterprise fund, basically. So they have zero impact on the budget as far as they raise and appropriate the same amount of money that they have to end with a zero balance, in other words. So what they cost, they have to raise in tuition. What the program costs, all the teachers and the staff and the house and all the other projects they do has to be raised in tuition from all of the sending towns. So Hartford, just like Mascoma, just like Hanover, Windsor, Lebanon, they share the costs and the tuition for the students that attend there, and pay for the entire cost of the program. So yeah, we're very proud. I think we're on our 7th or 8th house, and we'll keep doing that. We have 4 or 5 more lots there, and then we'll probably look for another piece of land to build more houses. We don't have the capacity, Christina, to build more than one house every 2 years. It's a lot of work, and it's a big effort. So that's where we're at. I don't know if Jake or anyone else wants to add to that answer.
Well, I think Peter was leaning in.
Yeah.
Peter Merrill is the board's rep on the regional board, which is comprised of members of all 20 plus towns that participate in the tech center. So yeah. Peter?
Well, I just want to say that while the tech center takes a great deal of pride, as does the district as a whole, in the fact that over the years we have started to develop a beautiful neighborhood with some lovely houses in it. Unfortunately, it is, and I think I'm answering your underlying question, not a resolution to the housing crisis in the Upper Valley. It really is an educational exercise to train the people who perhaps, if we are fortunate, will help address the underlying housing problem in the Upper Valley. But by itself, I'm afraid it's just not going to be able to. It literally takes the 2 years described to build a single house And we have only a limited amount of space, which will last us hopefully for several more years in terms of the educational process, but it's not big enough to make any meaningful dent, which is too bad, but that's the way it works.
Great, thanks, Peter. Okay, so we are in item number 1 to receive reports of the Board of School Directors. Okay, I'm looking for questions. I've got another one that's come up. Jeff Arnold. Jeff, go ahead and unmute and ask away.
I'm Jeff Arnold from Wilder. I just wanted to ask Peter if it would be possible to build affordable housing in apartment style in that neighborhood instead of a single family home.
Despite the fact that I was on the planning commission for a number of years, I'm not even sure if the zoning would allow that in that area. I suspect not.
Okay.
We also don't have any space left, but I mean, it is an idea for a future project somewhere, possibly. Or a renovation.
Okay. I'm not seeing any more questions for the reports of the Board of School Directors. So I'm going to declare that we're through this item. Thanks very much for that excellent presentation. We are on to item 2 on the school district warning, which is to do any other necessary and proper non-binding business.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry.
Peter.
I have a resolution I would like to bring forward. Coach, do you want to read it or do you want me to do it?
I was going to ask you to in this portion of the non-binding business piece.
Right.
So Peter, would you do the honors for the board,
Indeed.
please?
So resolution. Whereas Braden Vale has served the Hartford School District both as an officer of the Hartford Police Department as a friend and protector of the students and staff, and whereas his confidence, integrity, and knowledge has enabled him to lead the Hartford School District safety team with vision and effectiveness, and whereas his work on behalf of the school district, having gone far beyond that which might be expected, has shown extraordinary insight, sensitivity, patience, and attention. Now, therefore, be resolved by the citizens of the town of Hartford that Brandon Vale be given a vote of sincere appreciation for his many years of service and dedication to the protection and safety of the children of our town as an officer of the Hartford Police Department, and furthermore, that this resolution be recorded in the town records dated this 26th day of February 2022.
Great, thank you, Peter. Other members of the school board, anything to add under this item of the warning? Anything from the general public? We have 59 attendees at the moment. Okay, I see a hand raised. We have Lynn Bohai. Lynn, go ahead and unmute, introduce yourself, and tell us where you live.
Lynn Bohai, Wilder, White River border. Thank you, board. I'm going to really miss Brad Vale, and I am glad somebody is saying that. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lynn. Any other questions, comments under this item of the warning this morning? We'll let a few seconds go by here as people scramble to unmute, but it looks like we might be there. All right, Coach, would you want to declare the end of this portion of the meeting for us?
Mr. Merrill?
I move that we adjourn.
Okay.
I'll second.
Great, we have a motion.
So we have a, no, okay, good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, there's actually no voting, so I'll take the motion in a second as that we're going to adjourn the school district meeting for today. So thank you very much to the board and for the administrators who attended this morning for that presentation and for getting us through this portion. So the school district, of course, this part of town meeting will resume on Tuesday with voting on the items that have been discussed here. Okay, I have 10:46. I'm going to take a 4-minute break here while we switch the panelists around. So for those of you at home, just hang tight for 4 minutes. The meeting will continue, and we will promote the select board members and send the school district back into the audience here for the next portion. So we will continue the meeting at 10:50 in 4 minutes. So see you in just a few.
Thanks, Hurricanes.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you all.
(10:50 a.m.) We're going to continue with Town and School District Meeting Day for 2022. I believe all select board members have been invited to become panelists. If you are a select board member wishing to get on, you should accept your invitation or raise your hand, and so we can see to get you onto the panel. Fantastic. Okay. So we're switching over to part 2 here. We're on this side of the book for those of you with books at home. Okay. So once again, there'll be for this town, there are many items on the ballot for Tuesday. And so that's when these items will be voted on. And those are not on the warning for today. So Dan, can I just have you call your board to order here for town meeting 2022? Looks like you're, yeah, there you go.
I'd like to call this meeting to order at 10:52. Hartford Select Board, Saturday, let's say the 26th of February.
Great, thanks so much, Dan. Okay, this is, we're underway for town meeting. We have 2 items on the warning today for the town portion of the meeting. The first is to receive the reports of the town officers. Is there anybody on the board who would like to make a presentation to this item? Okay, that doesn't necessarily have to be, which is fine. I do have a question, I believe, from the audience here. Okay, I have hands raised from 2 select board members. Can you see that to see if we can get them on the panel?
They have to accept. I've already promoted.
Okay. Joe, do you have an invitation there that you can accept? Maybe try Joe again. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, fantastic. Great, we have our full board. Fantastic. Are there any questions from the public about the report of the town officers, which once again is this lovely item that you can pick up at your local library, town hall, and other public building around town? Any questions from the audience? Yes, I see several questions. Okay, the first is from Marcy Bartlett. Marcy, go ahead, unmute yourself. Tell us where you live.
Yes, Marcy Bartlett, Wilder. And I'm under the impression there's an electronic version of the town report that we could access during the meeting. Am I correct?
That is correct. Yes, Marcy, it's on the town website. Yeah. Can folks see it through the homepage? Not quite sure. Okay. Marcy, we're taking a look just to confirm, but I believe the answer to that is yes. Oh. Okay, while we're looking for that, my next question is from someone named Mike. Mike, go ahead and unmute, introduce yourself. Tell us where you live.
Hello, Mike Morris, Hartford, Vermont. My question is about the current budget, obviously. I think most people know that I do not support this budget for various reasons, but a big question I have is that this budget got passed by a split decision after it was revised and reduced by, I think, around $800,000, which kind of confuses me and a lot of people, I believe. We had a $19 million budget approved 5-2 by the select board. We found almost a $600,000 error. They go back, revise things. The error was an extra expense, not a credit. And they come back with an $18.3 million budget. And the votes changed from a 5-2 to a 4-3 split vote, which indicates to me that the decision was not based off in dollars and cents. It must be based off in items that are within the budget. And therefore, I am asking the select board members that voted against this to explain to me why they voted against this budget. I think this is new territory to have a split decision on a budget, especially one of such magnitude.
Okay, thanks for that question, Mike. Are there members of the select board who voted against the budget who wish to speak to that?
Joe, do you want to go first?
I can go first, Lanny. Thank you for that question, Mike. One of the main reasons I voted against was a narrow reason. And when I got on the select board, one of my main tenets is to improve the congestion in the downtown White River parking. And one way to do that was, for me, was parking meters. We found that there was a way to do it without increasing the budget percentage. That was summarily turned down by my colleagues on the board. And so with that, I couldn't reaffirm the budget, because I thought that there was a way to do that and not increase the budget, not increase the percentage of the budget. So when that presented itself, I voted against the budget.
All right, thanks, Joe. Other members who voted against who wish to speak to this question? Yes, Lanny.
Yeah, I voted against this budget. There's more than one reason for me. I considered this to be a failed budget process from the start. The board and the town manager went about this in completely a different manner than what has ever taken place in the past, and there wasn't a great deal of time at the end for deliberation, for trying to figure out what could or could not be cut, in my opinion. The other problem that I foresee is that we have a significant increase in the number of personnel that we're hiring this year. And the personnel hiring, although it may be needed throughout the town, it's a lot to swallow for taxpayers, I believe, all at one point in time. And primarily one of those is the fire station in Quechee, looking for staffing. I firmly support the fire department and the public and the police department, but when we look at staffing Station 2 in Quechee, it's not only the staffing that we have to consider. It's the fact that if we staff that station, we're going to have to also build a new station in Quechee or revamp the station in Quechee, which is going to cost us upwards of $10 million by the time we get done with everything we need, with all the increases across the board. Probably not 10 million, but $1 million at least. And that needs to be taken into account, that this is not just a one-time increase. The staffing levels are not just one-time increase. They're continuing year after year. And we also don't have a lot in this budget as far as, well, none that I know of. The capital improvement projects were not even addressed in this budget. So there's a lot of things for infrastructure, in my opinion, that were left out that really need to be the primary focus of the expenses that we take on as a town. And we're going to have to address these. And if we address them next year, that's going to be on top of all of the personnel expenses that we're going to have. So we didn't look at CAP either. The climate action plan did not get addressed. And the taxpayers voted to have that implementation of that take place. And there was no discussion of money expenditures in the budget for that to take place. So a lot of these things that the taxpayers wanted never happened. So therefore I voted against that, and I firmly support my colleague Mr. Major in the parking situation. Next year we're going to have a tremendous amount of upheaval in the town, in the White River District, with parking, because we've got South Main Street being torn up. We have the parking lot, municipal parking lot is going to be done in phases, and we're going to have merchants that are going to have people that are not going to be able to have places to park. And we really need to be able to turn over spaces in the downtown area, and parking meters would have been the ideal goal for that. And there's a lot of flawed issues that are in this, but that's the top highlights.
Okay, thank you, Lanny. I think, Mr. Brown, you had your hand up as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chuck. You able to hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Chuck, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Dennis. You're live.
Okay. Thank you for that, and thanks for the question from Mr. Morse. I've struggled with this budget from pretty much the beginning as well. Pardon me. Mr. Collins mentioned a lot of things that were on my mind too, as well as the parking meters. You know, I, like a lot of folks, hate parking meters, but in this case, when it boiled down to a parking garage that would be millions of dollars, or having parking meters to help straighten the situation out, I was much more for the meters in that case. Mr. Collins mentioned about the CAP, the Climate Action Plan. This budget didn't address really any of that. And I guess I was dumbfounded by that, because the voters last year, I mean, we spent $30,000 to study and approve this. So I took that very seriously. So when this was left out, I wasn't happy about that, and let everybody know about that. You know, we had a meeting, and we gave budget guidance during this meeting, and then we had a presentation from the Climate Action Committee, about the Climate Action Plan. And at that time, the town manager advised with that, we're going to have to look at about a 5% increase instead of the 3% that was our guidance. And then somehow we got switched around from doing away with that to all these new staff members. It's around 12. There's mostly full-time ones in there, but there's some part-time ones as well, seasonal ones or whatever. And the Quechee Fire Department, Station 2, has been on my mind as well. And I'm not necessarily against that, but I think voters should know the full story of, if we're going to do that, it's not just hiring staff members. We're going to have to house those folks up there. Right now, they're in a trailer. This was a sort of a test to see about response times if they'd be cut. So if we go ahead with this, I just hope everybody knows exactly what they're getting into, because this will mean that we'll have more expenses with the adding on to the Quechee Station 2 fire station to house these folks. And I don't know if there'd be any extra equipment and so forth that would be needed with this, but we're certainly going to need a building. So we either should commit to this or not. And it's not just 4 firefighters once, it's 4 firefighters for probably forever. And also building that fire station up. And well, there were other things, but I think they've mostly been mentioned, and that's why I haven't been able to support this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. I think those are the 3 to whom Mike addressed his question. I'm mindful, though, that other select board members have raised their hand. Kim, I think you were first. You wish to respond to Mike's question.
Yeah, I think, can you hear me, Chuck?
Yes, you're great. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Definitely a couple of points. I will say that I do support the budget that we're putting forth to ask the voters to approve on Tuesday. One thing that I think Lanny brought up, which is an excellent point, is that I think, unlike the school board is always inspires me toward their organization, but they also have a lot of members that have been sitting for several consecutive years. And while I feel like our budget process may not have seemed clear to new incoming board members, that could be really frustrating. I've requested that at the beginning of this next term of new sitting select board members, that the finance director come in and give a presentation on how the budget process works. Because I think what I understood was, here is when you offer modifications that you'd like to make in different sections of the budget. I don't think that was necessarily clear to all board members. And so I feel like they missed an opportunity to really contest pieces that were there. So I think there's definitely room for improvement there. The increase in personnel, I have been supportive of for some time. I feel like it's long overdue. I've expressed that. And I think one thing that's important is that we consider when we're adding, I mean, this figure is over $800,000 in new positions for the 2023 proposed budget. I think it's also important to remember that there has been a lot of growth and development in the town, which contributes to the expansion of the grand list, which then helps, distribute the burden of the tax increase. It's not just like it's not a simple formula of we're increasing the budget by this amount, therefore the direct result is we're increasing the tax burden on the individual taxpayers by this amount. There are many factors in there. I think the most recent, so we're looking at a 1.64% increase at this moment. And the equivalent, what that translates to with the piece that's easy for some of us to relate to is it's about a $43, maybe $43.25, I believe, per $250,000 property. So, if you're if that particular item is a concern, I think we're within reason in that way. There was, as Mike stated, like there was this back and forth, and it was unfortunate that there was an error discovered in the kind of late stages of the budget. It's not the first time it's happened. We've had previous town managers that have made errors in which we had to reconvene and rewarn the documents in order to move forward. These things can happen, and to be honest, Tracy's come into a position as town manager where I think probably, if I had to guess, maybe 60% of her job has had to be damage control in terms of making up for the lapse in town management that we've had in the past several years. And so that's not an excuse. We still need to have an accurate budget presented. And I think that we couldn't just throw up our hands and say, oh, okay, there's flaws, it's a problem. We had to kind of assess and figure out the best path forward. And I believe the one to suggest that we postpone the expense, that $200,000 expense of the parking meters, which itself, just FYI, contributed to almost $30 or around $30 in a tax increase per person. One reason for doing that was I think, especially with the construction that's going to happen on South Main Street in the South Main Street parking lot, that this was something that could be easily postponed. It was not an urgent expense. And as Mike Hoyt mentioned, and Ally, that it is quite likely that we will be able to fund parking meters in downtown White River Junction through funds that will come through the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, as well as infrastructure funds that will come. So I think that ultimately we will get parking meters. It won't be paid for our local taxpayers. And then it will manage to pay for itself. Am I running out of time? Because I've got more to say, but I can pause there.
Well, Kim, why don't you pause there? I'm sure we're going to get back again for another round. So yeah, hold that thought and feel free to raise your hand again. I'm following up on Mike's question here, which was to board members who voted against the budget, who we've heard from, and I want other board members who want to comment to have a chance to do so. Mike, you have had your hand up. Oh yeah, sorry. I've got one item here that Paula has very helpfully showed me, which is if you're looking for this town report online, the place to do it, go to the homepage. There's something called the Document Center. And under the Document Center, you'll find the town reports. And the report you're after is the 2021 report, because we're looking at the year that's ended with the budget for the coming year. So that's how you find it. So in any event, so finishing this round of Mike Morris's question, Mike Hoyt, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Chuck. I would just like to take a minute just to talk about why I support the budget and how I experience the process of the budget. So as you know, I was elected in a special election in August. So this is my first time going through the budget cycle. And I think we had a lot of vigorous debate, lots of great issues and concerns raised by all the select board members. I was really impressed We came up with a proposal, and then we realized that there was $500,000 funding that we needed to put into the budget that had been overlooked. And that's on the select board. That's us. That's our fault. And when we realized this, we went back to the drawing board. We brought in some extra help from the finance director, and we put forth this new proposal that I think is a very good one. And just to hit some brief points on it, this is an increase of 1.64%. I know that can be tough for people, but it is not, as I've seen on some social media sites, a 5% increase and 9% increase. It's 1.64. Our budget guidance as a select board is to keep the increases at or below 3% each year. We've done that here. If you look at the last 5 budgets, this is not the lowest increase of those 5 years, but it's not the highest either. And then we talk about these new positions, and we talk about them, everyone's focusing on the cost, this and that, but there are services, there are benefits, tangible benefits that will accrue to the residents of Hartford. We have 2 new plow drivers. As we know, and as I think is a point of pride, Hartford has the most road miles in the state. These 2 new drivers allow us to decrease the time it takes to clear the roads. We have a public works mechanic to make sure that our fire trucks, our ambulances, and our police cruisers are maintained and operational. We have 2 part-time beautification workers for our villages. Having beautiful downtown villages, Hartford Village, is a real public good, no more weeds coming up from the sidewalks. We have an IT help desk position that'll allow the IT director to focus on really important sort of longer term projects like cybersecurity, things like that, and not have to respond to every ticket that comes their way. Then we have 4 firefighters, right, to fully operate Queechee Station 2. It's been shown that with these 4 full-time firefighters, we would decrease emergency response times to Queechee and West Hartford by 5 minutes. 5 minutes is an eternity if you or a loved one is in medical distress. This is a real public good. We've also provided tax relief by using the unassigned fund. I know there have been questions about that, but we are in a year where we're still in the pandemic, where we have significant inflation nationwide. And this is the taxpayers' money, and we're sending it back to them as a form of tax relief. Budgets do tend to go up over time. There are things in future years we're likely to see increases. But in this year, giving some tax relief, I think was a real important and reasonable goal. We can debate on what budgets look like. If the people of Hartford reject this and they say, we need to go back, you need to cut it to the bone, so there's no increases, we're going to have to pay for that by fewer services. And that's a choice we all make. So I think, there's room in the budget cycle for process improvements, and I think we've identified those. I think we take responsibility for our mistake overlooking the funds, and we've come up with a budget that's really good. These are important services for the people of Hartford. And as I will say again, bottom line, this is a 1.64% increase. It is below our standard select board guidance of a 3% or less. So I strongly support this budget, and I would ask all the residents of Hartford to do so as well. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I'm eager to get back to questions from the citizenry. So Dan, I see your hand up. If you want to comment, this is on Mike's question about to members who didn't support the budget. So if you wish to speak to that, great. Go ahead.
I just want to thank the select board and Tracy. The way the budget process works is it receives feedback from the town employees, which then goes to Tracy and she presents it to us. So we hired I'm forgetting the name off, I still don't have all the new titles off, the sustainability coordinator. And his recommendation was, he had input into the budget and he didn't want funds for the climate thing here. So I want to mention that. I do want to mention again that we're in the 2nd year of a pandemic. And if you look around the state and even neighboring towns, they're extremely understaffed as we are. And so we're trying to take what the residents have requested, the services that they're looking for, and increase the staff here so that we can give residents what they want. So again, I just want to say that I support this budget. The tax increase is not huge, as Mike pointed out. I think most of the other issues have been addressed by other select board members here, but I think it's a strong budget that will move Hartford forward in the correct direction. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Dan. Okay, next question from the audience is from someone. It says Carol L. Carol, go ahead and unmute, introduce yourself, tell us where you live, and ask away.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. Yep,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. My name is Carol and I live in White River Junction. And this is a minor question to the select board compared to what you've been discussing. I live in an area of town where there are signs saying Gate Street Detour. They're up by the Thai restaurant and they're also by Templeton Avenue. It's very confusing. I had relatives come down from Montpelier this week and they really got confused because Gate Street is not in the Lower Hyde Park area. It's, I believe, the street that goes down into White River. Is there a way we can get those signs taken away?
Great, Carol, thanks for that question. Somebody from the board or staff wish to field that question about the Gate Streets detour signs? Yes, go ahead, Tracy.
Hi, Carol. That's a really good question. And I know that because of the way that that whole neighborhood works and Gate Street itself, where it's located, can be a little confusing. We are required to follow what's called the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And that's run by the Department of Transportation at the federal level. And that states how we set out detour signs and where we set them out. So unfortunately, we should not remove those as we are following the regulations about where detour signs go. I know that Select Board Member Dennis Brown has noted a couple that have gotten twisted due to plow work or snow work. So if somebody sees that and it looks like the arrow is flopped the wrong way or it's tilting a little bit, please email Public Works or you can use the report a concern function on our website and let us know if those signs got a little wonky with the plow. But besides that, we are following all of the standards on signage for these sorts of things.
Great, thanks, Tracy. Okay, next question here, Marcy Bartlett, we're going to go back to you since your first question was a technical one. So go ahead, Marcy, and unmute.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Marcy Bartlett and Wilder. A few comments to be very brief. I want to thank Mike Hoyt for just simply saying, that's on us, that's our fault. It's really refreshing if someone in public like this sort of screws up and just says it. I want to thank him for that. I've not been on every Zoom meeting. I don't know how the select board and our town manager ever sleep because they work very, very hard. But this is the first time I've heard someone acknowledge that they've made a mistake. So thank you for that. Number two, Public Works mechanic, that was said. My understanding from our Public Works director is the mechanic in this budget presentation that's being provided for is for police and fire specifically, and that she herself has said to me personally, she really supports this. It's a huge need for them. There's a great deal of very technical equipment that they use and will be using that requires technical training and expertise that we do not currently have. Okay, that said, we do not have a Public Works mechanic beyond one employee who does repairs on plows and other 140 some odd pieces of what she calls rolling stock. Don't ask me what that is, but it sounds like trucks. So that's all I had to say about that. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Marcy. Anybody on the board wish to speak to Marcy's comment and question? Yes, Kim, see your hand up. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chuck. Thanks, Marcy. I think, yeah, I think it can get confused sometimes. I think it was stated as Public Works mechanic, but it is police and safety, police and fire mechanic. The existing position, the existing mechanic is in Public Works, and the way that the director has described it often is what happens is because police and fire take priority often, their Public Works mechanic is frequently servicing what she described as the red vehicles and the silver and blue vehicles, and then the yellow vehicles get kind of third priority in that case. So I think, and I think one consideration possibly is because there's so many strict certifications required for that position, it is possible that it's whether it's a police and fire position, or if the public works mechanic is potentially moved or promoted to the public safety. Basically, we need a second mechanic for all that rolling stock vehicle. So I think it's possible that the department that the individual is actually in could be subject to either public works or police and fire. But basically right now, public works has a mechanic, police and fire does not. We have one for all those departments and we need two, is my understanding.
Great, thanks, Kim. Okay, quick overview for everybody. We are in the town portion of the town school meeting. We are on item 1, which is to receive the reports of the town officers, and the budget being an integral part of that. So questions about the budget are certainly germane. At this point, right now we have 57 people as part of the meeting. Next question we have is from, it looks like a Tom McCleary. Tom, if you're here, go ahead and unmute, introduce yourself, tell us where you live, and ask away.
Yes, I live in the town of Hartford. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're all set, Tom. Go ahead.
I know there was a engineering study, pretty extensive study done on the Gate Street project. And I'm pretty sure that the select board voted for just restoration to just one-way traffic. I would just like to voice for reconsideration of the board's vote on that. As a resident of the neighborhood up on the hill, the Lily Pond area, I think two-way traffic should be the objective of any restoration project. The street is a main thoroughfare for the whole town, not just for a single neighborhood or neighborhoods. And I just welcome any of the select board members' comments on that.
Great, thanks, Tom. We got that. Looks like Ally has her hand up. Go ahead, Ally.
Yes, thanks, Tom, for that question. So when we were discussing this, and I'm trying to remember the months in my head sometimes blur together, but when we had multiple meetings and spirited conversations with residents of the Gate Street area, my understanding of where the board sort of landed with pursuing this one-way downhill vehicular traffic option with pedestrian sidewalks was because we really had kind of a spectrum of ideas around everywhere from folks who are kind of in your camp with keeping it or reopening to the two-way option to vehicular traffic. And then also folks who said, you know, I actually would feel safer if the street was entirely closed to traffic because I might have young children who like to play outside, and sometimes folks come speeding down the hill. So I think we really tried our best to weigh all the different perspectives that we were hearing and come to, I think, what we sort of deemed in our final meeting, this kind of great compromise around the issue, and came to this one-way downhill option so that we were able to, hopefully still have vehicular access, at least in one direction, as well as some pedestrian access. And then ultimately, you know, as it, once the results of kind of that study, engineering and design study come to fruition, that would be a project that would go out to bond. And so that would be something that would eventually be approved by the voters when the time comes.
Great, thanks, Ally. Landy, you've got your hand up. Do you wish to speak to Tom's question?
Yeah, Tom, thank you very much for the question. It's, as you well know, every action has an opposite and equal reaction. In this case, by the decision of the board to cut down traffic on that section of Fairview Terrace, it does increase traffic to the other areas which lead out of that. And it's unfortunate we have people on Fairview Terrace that are saying that it's nice to have the decreased traffic. Our kids can now play and go out there, but then we have people like yourself that live on the outlying streets that are getting more traffic coming through their neighborhoods to get out to the rest of town. I'm for clarification, I'm in support of reopening Gate Street totally, and Fairview Terrace totally, but as with all things, there is budgetary constraints to go along with this. It's a tough sell because you've always got people in both camps that are for and against whichever action you take. And One of the things that concerns me more than reopening the road itself is the infrastructure under the road. And if the lines under the road, sewer and water and even electrical, if it's buried, can't remember, to tell you the truth, is how sound that is under the substructure of the road. And if we do have to do work on that structure that's underneath the roadway surface, in my personal opinion, it would pay us to reopen the road as much as we can. If we're going to go to all that work, I don't think there's a lot of cost difference to go to the next step and completely refinish it. My thoughts on it, but I completely sympathize with you saying that it increases traffic in one area while decreasing in the other, and there is no good answer that is going to satisfy everyone on this subject. Thank you.
Great.
I wish there was more I could offer.
Thanks, Lanny. Kim, you've got your hand up. Do you want to respond to Tom's question?
I just wanted to add, I think both what Ali and Lanny said makes sense. I wanted to add the one factor, this is one piece of a very dynamic situation, but that the option of two-way traffic with pedestrian access as well was the piece that would put us over to the requirement of needing to do essentially eminent domain and take someone's personal property from them. And that was a factor, that was a consideration of, is it really worth expanding this compromise to that level in order to require using someone else's property? And I know that through some of the residents that I spoke with in that neighborhood who were in favor of two-way traffic, when learning of that piece of the equation, changed their mind to prefer one-way traffic because they didn't want to be responsible for taking someone's property either. So just kind of adding that to the whole overall situation.
Great, thanks, Kim. Okay, we're getting back to maybe doubling back here for a second question from the same person. So if you are an attendee and you have a question for the board, do get your hand up because I want to make sure everybody has a chance to participate who wants to. So I do, in fact, now have a new questioner. So Eric Kraus, go ahead and unmute, introduce yourself, and tell us where you live.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're all set, Eric.
Great, thank you. Eric Kraus, I'm a resident of Hartford. So I appreciate the responses from the board members regarding the budget. I think there are a lot of things to be balanced and a lot of perspectives. And I think one of the biggest problems that I have, or the biggest challenges that I have with the budget process, is that we're always only looking at the current year. There have been attempts to, with capital improvement planning, has been attempts to look out into the future, but I'm not convinced that we do that very effectively as a town. So a couple of questions. One, we're looking at a 1.64% tax rate increase. Seems very reasonable. What happens if you don't draw down, I think it's about $1 million or maybe exactly $1 million from the unassigned fund balance? And if all else was equal for FY24, what would the tax rate be?
Okay, great, Eric. You mentioned perhaps a couple of questions, but we'll take that one right here. I'm not sure if any board member or staff has the answer to that, but the question would be essentially, if you put that $1 million, if you didn't draw down the $1 million, what would the tax rate impact be? And it's probably an increase of $1 million over 14, so 1/14 or something. Anybody have that offhand, or maybe someone wants to work on that in the background? Yeah, Tracy, go ahead.
Chuck, I'm going to say I have about 6 scenarios sitting right here with different tax implications, and that is not one that I have. So if you want to give me a few minutes, I'll try to work words on my my sheet right here. But it's not one of the scenarios that we brainstormed over the past few months.
Okay.
All of us staff.
Okay, great. That sounds great, Tracy. Go ahead and raise your hand when when you want to get back in. I think, Eric, we may have lost you, which is fine. If you want to get in line for a second round, feel free to. Okay, our next question is from Jerry. Jerry, go ahead, unmute, introduce yourself, tell us where you live.
Jerry Williams. I live in Wilder, Vermont. And I have a couple of questions. One is, I'd like to hear from the select board members who voted for the budget and made responses about their thinking of what is happening when we add the 4 new fire people to Queechee, in terms of what were your thoughts in terms of how they were going to be housed, and if we are looking ahead next year for millions of dollars for a new firehouse in Queechee? And along with that, what is the responsibility of Queechee Lakes to help support this emergency support in Queechee? And number 2 is, all along in the budget process, I've heard about 10 new positions. And I recently read where a resident had done some pretty hefty research and found 13 and possibly 14. And I just heard one of the board members say that there were more than 10. So I'm really confused about that.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jerry. So that question was particularly to board members who voted in favor of the budget. Any one of those members wish to speak first? Yes, Dan, go ahead.
I did vote to support the budget. And hopefully, Jerry, thanks for your questions. Hopefully I'll get them all. If I don't, circle back, okay? So I think it's important that the residents in Queechee and West Hartford sort of aren't second-class citizens in our town. They have access to fire, just like people do in other portions of town. That will probably, I don't know the specifics of this, but I think it will change insurance rates for the town with the response time. And I look again at our fire chief, who's the expert in this field, who recommends it. So I think it's a life and safety matter for me, and I think that that has no price. I think yes, I realize some of the people that live out in Queechee lived out there prior, realizing there was no station out there. But if we can improve services for our town, especially ones for safety, I think that's important to do. And we have to remember that, there are certain services that certain members of town don't always use. When you have kids in school, you've got kids in school for whatever, 18, 20 years, and then you no longer have kids in school, but you still support the schools. So I think it's an asset for our community. It's a drawing card to have people stay here and move here. And I think it's the right decision to do. In terms of housing them and building a fire station, I'm not exactly sure what that will look like. We'll see, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, and then hopefully we will plan, we'll bond for it. As we know, there's a lot of federal money that's available right now that I'm not sure if that's something that we could use that money for or not, but it's something that I think we could potentially explore. And I know there was a second question, but I can't remember what it was. So someone can refresh me on that. I will answer that or give it a shot as well. Otherwise, I'll give someone else a chance and circle back if you want me to. Thank you, Jerry.
I can speak to the number of positions if you'd like.
Yeah. Yep, Kim, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Jerry, and I think this is accurate, but I think there is a total of approximately 13 positions added, but at least 3 of those are part-time. So that might be how the average of 10 came to be. So there's, the benefits technician is part-time, and 2 of the seasonal public works positions are part-time. So I think 10 we were kind of using as a general average.
Excellent. Any other board members wish to speak to Jerry's question at this point?
Hi, Chuck. I'd just like to, and thank you, Jerry. Those are really good questions. I just, when I think about the firefighter positions, the thing that really jumps out at me is this 5-minute decrease in emergency response. And like I said earlier, that's an eternity. And I feel like if that's something that we can provide for our residents out there, and something that, we can work into our budget, I think we really have to do it. I mean, that's incredibly important to people. So that was the reason why I strongly supported that. It's just that it seems like as a matter of, the town discharging its responsibility for public safety, that this was really important. This is a real tangible difference, and will, I believe, end up making a real difference in real life when people call in for an emergency. So thanks. Bye.
Okay, great. Lanny, I see your hand up as well. Do you want to speak to this question?
Yeah, Jerry, thank you very much for the question. As I mentioned before, I have issues about the fire station, mainly for the reason that you stated. I mean, I firmly support the fire department in all ways, shapes, and forms. I served on the fire department as a call member for 15 years, and I'm proud of my service for the town for that. I've used the services of the fire department to my house for me, and so I really do appreciate them being here. And I had to call in for both my father and my mother in the past, and it is appreciated. But I have to take a step back and say that realistically, the town of Hartford is a very large community, and we cover a large amount of acreage. And to have the same response time for every single person that lives within the town of Hartford is unrealistic. Yes, you can decrease times of response, and every minute counts, and it's that golden hour when you're in the EMS service, and I firmly have that drummed into me, and I appreciate that time response. But the citizens of Quechee are going to be served more than the citizens of West Hartford, so why not put a station in West Hartford? And then the citizens of Wilder are not going to receive the same amount of service. So put a station in Wilder. And there has to be a point in time where you realize when you move to a rural community, these are some of the things that you accept by moving to that rural community. And everyone deserves to have fire and EMS. But based on your geographic location in regards to the station, you have to take that into account as well. And I think that's the biggest thing. And as far as the housing goes, it's a big ticket item when you talk about increasing the size of the station in Quechee. I personally feel that the whole subject of firefighters in Quechee and manning Station 2 should have gone to the voting public for them to weigh in on this. I don't think it's a fair decision to be made from the 7 people sitting on the board. And if everyone in the town of Hartford knew the full implications of what staffing Station 2 would be, and they voted for this, I would completely accept that. And I just think it's a lot to take off in one chunk this year with all the positions that we have. And then next year, we're still going to have all those positions, plus we're going to have capital improvements that we have to do. And for people to keep saying the words, we're going to look for this bailout money to come our way. We're going to use the bailout money. Well, when I go shopping, I don't go shopping to use my credit card or to use money that I don't have. I go shopping what I have available. And we need to base our needs on what we have available instead of the wants, hoping that we have money coming from somewhere. And that money that's coming from somewhere, it comes out of our pockets, regardless of where we're at. And as I said, I just firmly believe that this is a lot to take off. If we did this in stages, I would fully support it. But I have a tough time with that this year.
Okay,
I hope
great.
I've covered everything for you, Jerry. Thank you.
Thanks, Lanny. Dennis, you have your hand up on this question as well from Jerry. Whoop, you're still muted there, Dennis. Yeah, you're still muted. Looks like I can see you on the screen here. There you go.
How about
Try
now?
again. Yep, good.
Okay. Yes, I really appreciate this question. I'm one of the, not the ones that voted for this budget. I voted against. And I feel there's a lot of fear factor going around here on some of this stuff, particularly the Quechee thing. I've said it before and I semi-regret saying it, but should we put a fire station on every corner? It's not practical. So I don't I don't disagree with the response times that have been cut by this at all. I mean, that's been proven and that only makes sense, that part. But I often look at things about how we've done things in the past without all these new things. And it just boils down to me that we should also at the same time be looking at people's ability to pay. We just, I think it was the same as last year, but it was 1.7 or 2, whatever it was, of delinquent taxes that we just saw from this in February here. And we have things in the town that are crumbling and whatnot. And my feeling has been, and always probably will be, is why don't we take care of what we have first before we take on new things? And so that's where I've been standing on this. And thank you again very much.
Hey, thanks, Dennis. Mike, I don't think you have had a chance to speak to this. Go ahead if you want to speak to Jerry's question. You've got your hand up.
Yep, I've got my hand up. I think Kim was ahead of me, but I can make just a quick point if that's all right. Just about this. So, you know, I think what we have here is we have a station that's been in use, and it's a question of fully staffing it and the benefits that accrue to the taxpayers from that. I mean, this isn't a question of we need a fire station on every corner. That's not the question. We have an existing structure. We can fully staff it and improve a lot of benefits. If this were part of, you know, a 4, 5, 6% budget increase, I would think differently. But remember, we're at 1.64%. Then the other thing about future needs, buildings, I mean, we can't, you know, let future speculation, although it's important, take away from what we can do right now. And as for federal money not necessarily being there, there's already money that Hartford has in its accounts that has come from the federal government. So there is money there. There's likely to be more. So if we need to use that for some infrastructure related projects, possibly even Station 2, we can get to that when we get there. But for right now, this is a public safety measure that works within our budget.
Great, thanks, Mike. Kim, go ahead and speak to Jerry's question.
Thank you. I want to make sure we're looking at apples and apples in terms of the increase in firefighters. When Chief Cooney presented his budget request, it was one option was these additional 4 firefighters. And then the alternative to that was the existing staff with significant overtime. So where we're looking at 345,000 in additional costs to fully staff not only firefighters, but of course, as Lanny said, emergency response teams. So basically EMTs when our community is struggling with all kinds of issues, not simply houses burning down, although that's one of them. But if we were to not hire these 4 firefighters and use our existing staff and including overtime, that adds 248,000, over 248,000 as well, to not gain 4 firefighters. And when we asked Chief Cooney outright, do you think it's sustainable? Are these emergency responders burning out by just using overtime as opposed to being fully staffed? And he acknowledged that, yeah, of course, like emergency responders working on overtime are going to burn out. And so it's not $400,000 versus zero. It's $345,000 versus $248,000. Either way, there's a substantial increase that I think needs to be considered.
Great, thanks, Kim. Joe, do you wish to speak to the same question from Jerry?
Yes, although I voted against the budget, this is one part of the budget I was absolutely for. I think our residents in Quechee do pay their taxes and are and should get reliable service in that time. And the 5 minutes of response time that was explained to us is an eternity. And so when my colleague, Select Member Hoyt, talked about that, I don't want to be the person who looks at someone who lost a loved one because we couldn't get there in time. and because we didn't pass a budget for that. It's been proven, and one of the things that my colleague Mr. Brown says is, once you give someone something, it is very difficult to take it away. We have given that community these firefighters, and so we should fully give them the firefighters and EMTs so they can do their job effectively. So I know I sound like a hypocrite because I voted against the budget, but that part of the budget I am in actuality for.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Okay, I think I'll wrap up that section of Jerry's question. I see that the town manager is back with her hand up to speak maybe to Eric's question. If so, go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, so Eric, if I digested your question, well, I was looking at one of the models that our assessor has put together for us. You're curious about understanding what FY24 would look like if we kind of changed that unassigned fund balance, but maintained a similar budget. So there's a lot of assumptions that we have to make when we look that far into the future, right? Because we're looking almost 18 months into the future. So what we would assume in that scenario is average grand list growth. Nothing huge, nothing life-changing is going to happen, but we're going to see a general upward trend of growth. We're going to assume that all the things that are out of our control stay the same. So that's your education, homestead rates, your state issues, all of those sort of things that are outside of the direct control of the town stay the same. I also plopped into there an unassigned fund usage of $750,000, which is about high average of what the town has done historically. The town has always taken something from unassigned fund, which again, remember, is everything at the end of the year that we haven't either spent or we have encumbered into a live project. So if we have something that crosses those fiscal years, we encumber money from the previous fiscal year to continue to finish that project up. So anything that doesn't meet those two criteria, we put in the unassigned fund balance, which is why it's sitting at about 3.9 right now, or will be at 3.9. It's at 3.9 right now. So all of that being said, the other thing that I kept steady was non-tax revenue. So again, that's your fees for service, predominantly coming out of Parks and Rec, the town clerk's office, fire and police. So alarm calls, contracts with dispatchers, because we provide dispatch to other towns, programming through Parks and Rec. And not to make light of the town clerk, but she also brings us in some money because we charge you a little bit for your marriage licenses and all that sort of stuff. All of that being said, it would be, and I'm going to say, this is like 5 minutes of work on a model. It would be about $100 to $125 increase across the board. But again, that really depends on what we are purchasing this year, in fiscal year 22, in fiscal year 23, what equipment needs we have, which I believe we're kind of catching up with some of that deferred maintenance, and anything else that's coming out of all of those different issues that we really have no control over. So it's a pretty rough number, but I wanted to get you something. But as you can see, there's a lot of different factors that we just really wouldn't know right here on a Saturday morning.
Great, thanks, Tracy. Okay, just to review again, we're in the town portion of town and school meeting. We are on item 1 of the warning, which is to receive the reports of the town officers. And this discussion has all been related to that, so this is all germane. We have 57 people in attendance right now at the meeting. And we have a question here from FX Flynn. FX, go ahead, unmute, introduce yourself, tell us where you live.
Hi, yeah, thank you, everyone. Francis Xavier Flynn, you all know me as FX. I live in Quechee, Vermont. In fact, I do own a property in the Quechee Lakes master plan, which means I am obligated to pay dues to the Quechee Landowners Association, in addition to my property taxes. I want to make a number of comments. I think I'll speak first to the question about what is the Queechee Lake Landowners Association role or responsibility with respect to doing 24/7 staffing of the Queechee firehouse. I do want to say that when I moved here in April of 1997, one of the very positive reasons, in addition to the fact that there was actually a sewer system here, was that there was also a firehouse close by, which at the time was routinely staffed during working hours, and there was equipment that was kept there. And so that is actually something that was taken away at one point during the, I think around 06, 07, something like that. Chuck, you may remember back when you were first on the select board. And when I served on the select board back in 2012, 2013, it was evident that, one of the reasons why it wasn't staffed was because there really wasn't a place for somebody to stay. And we were under a lot of budget pressure because healthcare costs were going up astronomically, and that was putting a lot of pressure on the budget. So I'm glad that we're going to go in this direction. I do think it'll be a positive for the Queechee area and the West Hartford area. No doubt about it. I actually saw the benefit of it this summer because we did have people out there for a while. And after Golf League one Wednesday night in August, one of our members keeled over, and I was the one who made the 911 call, and it was something like 3.5, 4 minutes later they were rolling up, and I think it makes a much bigger difference than 5 minutes. I think it's more like a 10-minute difference in actual fact. I would also like to point out that there's no question that the Queechee Lakes community is comprised of, by and large, households whose incomes are significantly higher than those of folks in the rest of the town, and they tend to live in properties that are worth considerably more as well. And back when I was on the select board, I had ready access to all the data. I would, put it in spreadsheets and databases. And one of the things that I found is that fully 25% of the town's property taxes comes from Queechee Lake master plan properties. But by the same token, we put a relatively light burden on the expenses that the town is incurring. We don't have much of a police presence out here at all. We don't have much of a presence in terms of fire, in terms of roads. We're on the same schedule of maintenance as everyone else. So, there's nothing special there. And so, I think that Hartford, the town of Hartford, really benefits from, having Queechee Lakes here. And the town fathers back in the late 60s and early 70s, when this was happening, they were like, this is really going to be good for us because this is going to really help the tax base. And it has. So I can't think of anything else that that this area would be happier to be contributing more to than increasing the staffing of the fire department and getting things going with the Queechee substation. It's
Great. Yes, thanks, FX. I'm going to see you mentioned several comments, so feel free to raise your hand again and come back in the queue. Any members of the select board wish to speak to that? I know you have already. You feel no obligation. I do have other people that want to ask questions. Okay, great. I'm seeing no hands. So our next question is from Becky Cholet. Becky, go ahead, introduce yourself, unmute, introduce yourself, and tell us where you live. Okay, looks like Becky's hand came on down there. Give you a second. Nope, she's back. Becky, if you're there, go ahead. You've got the floor. Unmute first.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're all set. Go ahead.
All right, great. So first, I want to apologize if this question has already been asked and answered. I was being harangued by a wasp for quite some time, so I was very distracted. So just to go back to the new staff positions, not to beat a dead horse, but I am curious, aside from the 4 firefighter paramedic positions for Queechee, which is clearly a relatively new need, I'm curious about whether the other staff positions are positions that have arisen because of new needs, because the town is operating differently or providing new services for us, or whether these positions have arisen from longer standing needs. In other words, we've needed another IT person for years, but we're only just now getting around to creating a second position, or is it because we anticipate new demand for IT services with our new website? Sort of that, I don't need to go through every position. I'm just curious in general, are these longstanding needs or are they relatively new?
Great, thanks, Becky. Kim, I think you had some data there. Can you take a first pass at this for Becky?
Yeah, I mean, I will just give a brief answer because I think, and I could definitely go deeper either here or at a later time, but personally, I think almost every other position that we're discussing is long overdue. Definitely the IT position, the highway equipment operators, long overdue. We receive numerous complaints and concerns about upkeep with either snow removal and or just attractive weeds growing through sidewalks. Things like those are things that are ongoing. Public safety mechanic is huge, like we mentioned earlier. The police and safety fire mechanic, but basically the public safety mechanic has had to prioritize vehicles in the police and fire department before they can address public safety. So I would say the general answer to that question, in my opinion, is that most of those positions have been need to be filled for some time.
Great, thanks, Kim. Allie, you also have your hand up on this one. Go ahead.
Sure, yeah, and I do see that Tracy has raised her hand, so I'm sure she will embellish accordingly. But I largely, in a general sense, would second what Kim says, and just to add a little bit of specificity, and I appreciate that question, Becky, is something, for instance, like the benefits technician, which is the proposed position that's part-time. I sort of see that as a yes and, yes, this is maybe something that has been needed for a while, and also I think with growth in the town and growth of staff, really needing a benefits technician to be able to manage a staff of over 100 people and the benefits process, which is extensive. And then I would, also just speak to the IT help desk technician. I think that's also a yes and in that our head of IT needing that support for some time, as well as, sort of what we're seeing as technology continues to change, and the fact that, cybersecurity, things that I know very little about, continues to evolve and to change, and to have some really, really specific needs around making sure that our software and our systems are secure in town. And that's something that, we're just sort of seeing with the way technology is evolving. So just to add a little bit of specificity to what Kim already offered.
Great, thanks, Allie. And Tracy, you want to also address this?
Yeah, I did want to say some of these are, I love Allie's phrase, yes, and, because we do have 2 new positions in Parks and Rec, but what we did over there was we took seasonal, contract, part-time, temporary positions, and we packaged them into one full-time position in a number of ways. One, it's harder to get those temporary, part-time, seasonal folks. And then every year we have to, in their time with the town, and then rehire them or hope they're still available. So there's lack of consistency there, lack of growth. And so for both of the Parks and Rec positions that you're seeing, the recreation specialist, we're repackaging those positions as a full-time permanent town of Hartford employee, hoping it's Scott Hausler. We know how this is going to work. We're going to get some new programming with that person. Same thing with the parks position. It was part-time seasonal work. We were really struggling every year to fill those little tiny positions. And so we've packaged that into one full-time position for him. I know we've talked about the fire department. Word on the street, word from our IT director is that we've been needing additional capacity in that department since 2017. So this is 5 years in the making. And for a lot of these positions that are a little bit more administrative, whether that's the help desk technician, the billing and accounting technician that we'd like to have in Public Works, and or the part-time benefits technician, it is really about, we are asking more of the staff. Our processes are a little bit old and not modern, which opens us up to risk. And these are places where staff has been holding on with their fingertips. And there's risk there when we ask people to just keep on keeping on. So this protects the town a little bit more internally. And also are things where people said, we've got one person who's got 2 jobs right now, and we're not doing either one of them the best we can. So let's try to get them some help.
Great, thanks, Tracy. Okay, we have 56 participants still in the meeting. I have some questions pending there from people who've already asked questions before, which is great. So I'll start with them. But if you haven't had a chance to have your question asked, definitely raise your hand and I'll keep an eye out for you. We do have a new question here. Yep. Melinda Brooks, go ahead and unmute, introduce yourself and ask away.
Can you hear me, Chuck?
Yes, you're all set. Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, Melinda Brooks, Major. Did I miss a conversation or discussion about public information officer?
Anybody on the board want to speak to that? Yeah, Allie, go ahead.
Sure. And Melinda, if you're just looking for sort of an update on that position, from what I know in terms of how it, might relate to this fiscal year 23 budget, and maybe Tracy, you could chime in as well, is my understanding that it's already been budgeted for in this fiscal year budget. And so that person, we're working to onboard to, commence sort of the search process and hiring process to have someone brought on in the next, I see some shaking of heads. So Tracy, maybe you can chime in and correct me. My apologies.
No problem, Allie. I think we're talking about 2 different things. Melinda, maybe I'm going to clarify for you, like an external communications person, right? Is that kind of where we're going with this?
She's not on the microphone, so I guess.
Microphone. All right, Melinda, I'm going to assume that you vigorously nodded your head. When we looked at comparables, we really couldn't afford to bring on a public information officer, and they are deeply, there's a lot of demand on them right now. And so the costs for that position have risen exponentially. What I wanted to do was I wanted I'm fine wearing old shoes. I wanted to get my department head some new shoes. So we went with a part-time contract position. And after I did some work with my fellow town managers, they said that that can usually be more cost effective to bring someone in as a contractor part-time to take on specific tasks that are needed in the town, rather than having someone here who is here 40 hours a week, who we may or may not need. If we see a deep need, that's definitely something that, you know, we can bring forth in the future as a consideration. But right now it's a contract sitting in the budget for my office.
Melinda, looks like you're still there. Do you want to unmute? Do you have want to clarify your question? No, it looks like she might be gone. Okay, great. Fantastic. I'm going to go back. We have a question from the audience from Mike. Mike, go ahead and reintroduce yourself. Ask away.
Hello, Chuck. It's Mike Morris. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, thank you very much. A point of concern that I've had it in the past, but I thought it was straightened out one time when Lanny spoke up about this, but Kim, in a statement a little while ago, mentioned that we've had a lack of management in the past. I've heard at different meetings, and I've seen it in different emails, of blaming previous management for things. I've heard the budget wasn't done correctly in the past. And I am speaking up now, and I'm going to take offense on behalf of the previous managers, interim managers, back to the point of Brandon Godfrey and Leo Puller. But to say that we've had a lack of management disturbs me, and I hope it disturbs others. We've had a couple of good leaders that are no longer with us. And lack of transparency and accuracy, I have never seen so poor as I have this last year. I'll give a point of interest of lack of transparency or accuracy. I mean, I just heard that we have a unassigned fund balance of 3.9, and if I'm not mistaken, in the audit report, it says it's just over 3 million, 3.02. That's just one little fragment of it. But it's disturbing to be slamming previous management, particularly when I've seen an email from the town manager that she's not going to basically call people out when there's an error, when we had the big $500,000+ mistake. But yet we speak about the previous managers in that way. I don't think that's right. I don't think it's fair. They're not here to defend themselves. If you say you want to make improvements on things, you can show you're making improvements, that's one thing. But to be slamming people is the way I feel it's happened here. That's not what Hartford is about here.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Anybody wish to respond to that? Yes, Kim, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Chuck. Mike, if I fully stand behind the fact that during 2 interim town manager segments of our, and during a global pandemic, things were not even possible to be up to the standards of what we were accustomed to pre-pandemic with our permanent town managers, particularly Leo Puller, which I have huge admiration for. Brandon Godfrey, I think, did a pretty good job. He also did bring forth errors, which we, as I mentioned, we needed to reconvene to rewarn the documents for the ballot. We had 2 incredible interim town managers, but there was no way that they could really encompass all of the duties that were required of a town manager, including keeping policies and just structural pieces of the town up to date. I mean, they did a great job of just keeping the trains moving. And Tracy has come into that position having to sort of reorganize a lot of stuff that had not been addressed for a couple of years. I'm not criticizing anyone in particular, and I apologize if that's how my impression came across. That was not my intention. My goal was to just acknowledge the fact that I think Tracy has come into a position that needed a lot of retroactive and still is in need of sort of just rebuilding the foundation of what that position has to do. I hope that answers your question.
Great, thanks, Kim. I've got a question. Mike, you want to speak to that as well, or Mike Hoyt?
Yeah, just briefly, I just want to reiterate what I said earlier, about the mistake, well, the money that was overlooked in the budget. And just to say again, that's on us, that's on the select board. We made a mistake. We recognized it, we fixed it. I think we came up with a better budget. And, I think we can hopefully in the future put in some process improvements in our budget cycle so that doesn't happen again. That's on us.
Great, thanks, Mike. Lanny, do you also wish to speak to this comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just have to speak up and take deference to the statement we just made. I mean, there's been errors made, but last I knew, there was nobody on the select board that's an auditor or an accountant, and I'm not taking responsibility for things that were left out of the budget that I didn't know about, and I will not accept that responsibility, and that falls squarely on our department heads and our town manager for that. No one on this board has an accounting degree that I'm aware of, nor are we our auditors, and to say that we as a board are responsible for this is totally out of line with what is the truth. If you're an auditor, Mike, and I don't know about it, please correct me, but I don't think that's true. So I thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Lanny. Do you want to keep us moving to questions from the crowd? Ali, you haven't had a chance to speak to this. Go ahead.
Sure, I just want to respond briefly to that last comment, and certainly don't want to take time more on a debate. Want to hear from more folks and questions, but I think ultimately this is why being on the select board is a hard role, because the buck stops with us. And so I think at the end of the day, yes, and I think we've learned a lot, to Mike's point and to others' point, about what can be improved in the budgeting process. I think we've all learned a lot. I've certainly, as being on the board just for the past year, and hopefully, hope to get reelected in the future, that I've learned a lot about what kinds of questions I need to make sure that I'm asking to stay accountable to myself, to stay accountable to the board in our town. And so I understand that it can be frustrating when it feels like, you don't know what you don't know, and information maybe, wasn't brought forward in the way that maybe was the clearest. But I think we've learned a lot about the process. And I hope that to just encourage all of our board to just continue to remember that, again, it's what makes the role particularly challenging, because the buck really does ultimately stop with us. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Ali. Okay, I'm going to go back to our citizenry. We have a question, first one in this section, from Jeff Arnold. Jeff, go ahead and unmute and ask away.
Hi, Jeff Arnold from Wilder. I was wondering about the $35,000 for the homeless that was in the select board budget. What happened to it? You started to write something in the narrative you sent me, which I really appreciated, all the work that you did to answer my questions from earlier in the week. And I thought that Quechee residents paid like 40% of the taxes of the town, not 25%. Can you clarify how much they contribute?
Jeff, that's probably going to be a tough one. I'll see. Dennis, you had your hand up. I want to get to you first if you want, or if you want to skip this one, Kim has her hand up as well.
I'd like a chance for that, please.
Yeah, great.
So I'm just thinking about this controversy about we're pointing fingers here and whatnot. And I don't know which way my fingers are pointing, but here's what I think the process of our budget ends up like. We go through meetings and we give the town manager budget guidance. And then I feel that the manager puts that together and presents it to us. And at no time would I've ever noticed, I'm certainly far from being an accountant, but I certainly am willing to take blame where blame is due, but I just don't we take what is presented to us. Now, maybe we should have policed it and checked all the checkers and made sure the blanks are filled in or something, but you know, there's talk about, it pains me to hear about criticizing past town managers as well. And I know at least one town manager, past town manager, he never said that. There were some issues, but he said, I just wasn't here then. He didn't say that, oh, it was their fault or something. And so I appreciated that. You know, it's just that there was, and we moved on from there. And then the other last thing I want to just say is I'm not sure that Mr. Krause's question got answered fully. I heard the figures, but I thought what he asked for was a percentage, what the tax rate would be without the unassigned, the $1 million. So if that could be figured in, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, if Tracy or anybody wants to work in the background on that, that's great. So the question from Jeff is, does anybody know what percentage of taxes is paid from Quechee Lakes residents? I think that's going to be a tough one to answer. It's not data that's easily available, but if anybody wants to take a crack at it, that is the question on the table. Yeah, Tracy, go ahead.
You know, I'm going to say that that's probably a much bigger question, and one that isn't something that necessarily we have, but the assessor would have to likely go into the property records, pull down some reports, check them for accuracy, and then probably do a lot of calculating. So it's not a Saturday morning thing. I can definitely shoot him an email for the next couple of weeks, but I also don't want to necessarily speak on any sort of due date without talking to our assessor and knowing what he has going on.
Great. Okay. Some board members have their hands up. I want to keep moving to questions. I don't really want to keep revisiting a question that people have already spoken to. So yes, Allie, go ahead.
Chuck, I just wanted to chime in about, because Jeff, I think, asked a question before that that's different from what we are just discussing. So I wanted to just address that question. So
awesome, great.
Jeff, to your question about the $35,000 allocated in fiscal year 2022 for a homelessness committee, this again was an allocation made before my time on the board, but it's my understanding that the board at the time was maybe considering and maybe wanted to preemptively have some funds allocated towards homelessness efforts, particularly perhaps coming out of the recommendations from the final report from the ad hoc committee on homelessness. And I think for reasons that I honestly can't completely speak to, those funds never ended up being used. And especially because the ad hoc committee on homelessness no longer exists. Their work expired in 20, I'm not sure exactly when their charge concluded, but because that committee no longer exists, it didn't really make sense to continue to allocate funds in that direction. So that's why it's not in this fiscal year budget.
Okay, great. Thanks, Allie. I've got a first question from someone named Heidi. Heidi, if you have your hand up, go ahead and unmute and introduce yourself. Tell us where you live.
Hi, my name is Heidi Duto from White River Junction, Vermont, and there seems to be a lot of blaming, and I would like to make a point that Gail Ostris, our financial director of the town of Hartford, should definitely not be blamed in any way, shape, or form on this budget, as she only tried to help financially correct the budget at the very end of the process. And this budget is definitely not a budget that I do agree with in any way, shape, or form. I went to a lot of the meetings this year and last year. The town of Hartford is made up of a lot of elderly, retired, and individuals that live paycheck to paycheck. We are not a town that is comparable to Colchester, as Tracy Arlott Davis compared us to at a meeting. We are a town that is a hardworking town. Not everyone is from Quechee. And I tried to stress that to the select board more than once. We do need to look into the future. I do not think all these positions need to be added in one fiscal year. And personally, I think that they need to look at bringing this town back together rather than making the divide larger.
Great, Heidi, thanks for your comment. That's great. I think the board members have had a chance to speak to this general topic. So I'm going to continue along, and we have folks who've asked questions before. The first one on my list is Jerry. Jerry, go ahead, unmute and ask away.
Jerry Williams, Wilder, Vermont. I just wanted to clarify the question that I was asking. I wasn't asking for the defense of adding the personnel to the fire department in Quechee. I understand that wasn't the issue. My issue and my question was about the thought process and the understanding of what could happen as a result of that. Are we going to ask for a new equipment next year? Are we going to ask for raises for these people that are in our budget this year? That's going to happen over time. Are we going to be asked to fund a new station? That's going to happen over time. So those were the issues that I was concerned about, is not the simple, oh, we're going to put some new folks there. And I certainly agree with the response time and the importance of that for, everybody in town. I don't know what the response time is for the people who live in Wilder or who live up in Dothan Brook, up in Dothan and Jericho. That would be interesting data to have.
Great, Jerry, thanks for that question. Some board members have spoken to this a little bit, to your question about what are the downstream, so to speak, implications. If anybody has new information they didn't have before, board members feel free. Otherwise, I'm happy to accept Jerry's comment as presented and move to my next question, which is from Eric Kraus again. Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So my earlier question, I appreciate Tracy's very quick, the town manager's very quick response to that, to come up with an answer. And I think that the underlying assumptions that she iterated made a lot of sense to me. So I think that it's sound. It seems sound and reasonable off the hip, sort of estimate. My understanding was that on average, we're pulling down about $750,000 annually from the unassigned fund balance. And that's a bit of a surprise to me. And it makes me a little less anxious about this current budget in terms of, before this, I had been under the assumption that with $1 million being pulled from that unassigned fund balance, we were sort of masking the longer term implications of the new staff positions, and that we would sort of find ourselves in a little bit of a surprise next year. But what I'm hearing, if I understood correctly, 750,000 is an average, and I'm not sure over how many fiscal years that's averaged, but it seems a little less, it's less disconcerting to me. That said, however, understanding this budget in the context, in the context of a trajectory, is the broader point that I was driving at or attempting to. And I think others have touched on it a little bit too. It's like, what can we expect next year? We often see the tax rate increases from the past, 4 or 5 fiscal years, and so we have a sense of where we are relative to those years. And I totally appreciate it's really hard to project into the future, and you can get yourself into a lot of trouble trying to do that. On the other hand, the July 13th presentation to the select board by staff was included agenda item 5C on the capital improvement projects or plans. Slides, I think 8, 9, and 10 include sort of what's up next. And there's some big ticket items in there, and it's not clear. I don't think there are dates attached to them. So there's the second fire station in Quechee is mentioned as a potential upcoming capital expense. A new public safety building is mentioned, and then some smaller items. And I know that there's research being done on the Bugby Senior Center installation project. That probably is far smaller, but I would expect it to be coming to the surface next year or soon. And likewise, the Maxfield parking was mentioned in that July 13th capital improvement planning presentation. And I think that had to do with the parking lot was designed for, it was designed to be paved, and the stormwater handling was designed with that assumption that it's paved. So I'm curious as to, sort of a sense of what we might expect from those slides, those July 13th slides, what might be coming up in front of us next year.
Great, Eric, thanks so much for that question. So board members, I just want to clarify, I think, Tracy, you've had your hand up. I'm thinking that's left over from before, so I don't mean to be skipping over you. Yeah, great. Mike, you had your hand up. You want to speak to Eric's question about sort of, capital items that are up ahead?
Yep. Yeah. And I wanted to mention one thing too, that he had mentioned about the unassigned fund, and the reason why one of the, just sort of the thinking this year, why we increased it. And that was to provide some tax relief, in this particular time of inflation and pandemic. And just a note about that is Hartford has historically kept its unassigned fund. It's something like 15 or 16% of the budget. And the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommends that towns keep it at 5%. So that's just something to think about. We've been really building up that fund, and maybe too much, based on what the recommendations are. As for the capital stuff, I think, another board member, Tracy, could probably speak to specific projects, but I've been harping on the fact that we have received a lot of federal funding, and that there may be more in the future, and that this is more money than we're going to see in our lifetimes to spend, right? And we really need to get it right. And so, I really want to make sure that as the select board moves forward, the public's involved, people who are interested are involved, because there's a lot of money. I think we already have something like 2 million, in our coffers from the feds. We're waiting for sort of rules to be established about how you use that stuff. But I think that acknowledging what Eric said, that there are these issues coming forward and some big ticket items, I think it's important that we identify our priorities and we really look and see what kind of funding might be available to us from the federal government to help make these improvements.
Great, thanks, Mike. So the question from Eric is about upcoming capital issues that the board knows about. Kim, you have your hand up. You want to speak to that?
Yeah, thanks. I had reached out to the town manager a little while ago asking about what our schedule was for discussing, particularly with the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan funds, when will we be able to determine what those are used for? And Tracy responded with a very comprehensive kind of calendar of when that will happen, including a whole list of kind of goal dates for when we would review the financials, the capital improvement plan, the basically talk about what the fundamental ARPA requirements are and what our goals for them are. So we have, that is on the radar, and I think that it is directly related to capital improvements. And like Mike said, that is exactly the right way to use those funds. Clearly, we're not going to use them for salary increases or things like that, but whatever infrastructure and capital expenses that we have. I also just wanted to mention in terms of when I know other board members as well, but myself, I spend many hours with reviewing the budget when it's coming forward. And in particular, I'm not just looking at what's proposed for the upcoming budget compared to what was approved for the previous budget. I go back and dig pretty deeply into what was actually expended for the previous budget. Like we don't have actual numbers at this moment for the 2022 budget because we're still in it. So when we end the 2022 fiscal year, it's going to look different, the actual expenses and revenue, than what we proposed and was approved by the voters. And I think this is a practice that is beneficial. I mean, this is part of why we were able to resolve part of the issue with the budget errors, is that there was almost $400,000 of salaries that were not used in the 22 budget that we could allocate toward the 23 budget. So anyway, I guess my point is, I really, I think it's important for us to look at apples and apples, and that isn't necessarily approved versus proposed. In my opinion, it's the most recent actual versus proposed. And I think we've done a really good job in trying to do that.
Great, thanks, Kim. We have a question from the public, someone named Cherie McCleary. Cherie, go ahead and unmute, introduce yourself, and tell us where you live.
Hi, thank you. Sherry McCleary. I live in the Chellis Forest Hills area of White River Junction. And over the years, our neighborhood has had issues with rust in the water. The town water rep has been very wonderful, very receptive on our calls and informative about the temporary fixes that are in place. But he has let us know that many sections of the town pipes are old and in bad need of repair. He said our particular area is one of the oldest, almost 100 years old. My question is, are any sections of the town's water pipes on the list of repairs in this upcoming budget? Thank you.
Thanks, Cherie. Anybody from the board or staff want to take a crack at that? Yes, Kim, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can answer to specific area and neighborhoods. I mean, certainly one thing I do know is that the South Main Street project addresses those water and wastewater pipes that are under the South Main Street, and those are being addressed this summer. There are ongoing, I think it would be a question for the highway department, if particularly which areas that are scheduled to be addressed. One thing I've been a proponent of for several years is a mapping project, just so that we can have a better assessment of the age and the deterioration or the condition of any pipes throughout the town. And that's been an undertaking that we've yet to manage, but we will still keep trying. But so I guess I can't answer your question directly, but to say that that is a question for Public Works. But.
Great, thanks, Kim. Tracy, do you want to speak to that question?
Yeah, I am unfortunately going to say that that is really a question not for our Public Works administrative staff, but really our Chief Water Operator, Evan Ecker, who has recently become our Chief Water Operator. Congratulations, Evan. It's always fun to sign those papers. And Evan is probably who you talk to, and he has that best drilled down working information. And most of our water work actually doesn't come out of the general fund. It comes out of those enterprise funds. So we would have to dive into some of the other funds, not this big general fund. In terms of what the priorities are, I'd love to have you reach out and we can circle back around with Evan and see what his thoughts are now that he's sort of getting his feet under him as our new Chief Water Operator.
It's good to know that the Chief Water Operator is getting his feet wet. That's excellent.
I'm always here with the puns, Chuck.
Exactly. Okay, good. We are, just to remind everybody where we are here, this is the town portion of our town school meeting. For 2022, we are on item 1 to receive reports of the town officers, and all of this discussion has been germane to that, so that's fantastic. I appreciate people, especially second-time questioners who've been waiting here. I'm working my way through the list. We have a question now from Mary Hanson. Mary, go ahead, unmute and introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, Mary Hanson, White River Junction. I'm just curious to know the status of TIF. Are we still doing that? And if so, how much longer do we have and what projects are slated for it? Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mary. Kim, go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure what's beyond, or actually Lori Hirschfield is on, so she could probably answer this more accurately. I know that Lori did an extraordinary job in basically petitioning the state to be able to extend the time amount we had to encumber those expenses and those funds. But Lori's hand is up, so I'll let her answer more accurately.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Lori.
Hi, so yeah, we have till March of 2024. Too many other dates thrown around. And for us to incur our final debt, which would mean that we would be addressing this in the next fiscal year budget cycle as to what the final projects would be. And that's in terms of incurring debt. And we have a little bit under $1.3 million left that has not been already authorized through the voters for expenditure. That being said, we're also doing quite a bit of implementation of the things that you've already approved. And this year, we're doing the second part of the South Main, North Main Gate Street project, which Kim did speak about. We'll be working on the 2 parking lots in downtown. We have improvements going on Maple Street. And we also have some additional stormwater and wastewater improvements to be done as well along kind of a stretch in between Courier and Church Street that does some outlet on the Bridge Street right behind what used to be the former, it's the Norwich Technologies building and the museum building out there. So there's a lot of work to be done and looking forward to that implementation. Hopefully that did answer your question.
Great, thanks, Lori. Appreciate that update. Back to, we have a question from FX Flynn. FX, go ahead and unmute and ask away. Well, may have FX, if you're listening in here, go ahead and unmute and ask away. Hope I didn't drop you at the key moment. I actually have no other questions pending at the moment. We have 52 participants right now in town meeting. Watching names jump around here in the list. FX, if you are listening, go ahead and unmute. You have the floor. Okay, I don't see that happening. I have a follow-up question from Lynn Bohai. Lynn, go ahead and unmute.
I'm sorry if I missed this. I was out moving my car. I'd like a follow-up on how the police chief search is coming. One specific, when did we contract with the National Search Agency? And then generally what's happened?
Okay, great. Thanks for that, Lynn. Anybody from the board or staff wish to address that question? Yeah, Tracy, go ahead. Oh, sorry, caught her in the middle of lunch.
Water went down the wrong tube. Hi, Lynn, thanks for your question. We contracted with the International Association of Chiefs of Police at the end of December. That's when that first draft contract went out and we had to do contract negotiations with them. And how it's going right now is we have the community survey out. The police department also has a workforce survey. So that's a little bit of a different survey for our police officers and police staff, both sworn and non-sworn. We don't want to dismiss our administrative staff and our dispatchers on that one either. Once that's all completed, and I believe the due date on that is March 11th. I can check my email, but they're almost done with what they call the candidate profile, which takes those 2 community surveys into consideration. They got a very broad list from me compiling up a bunch of stakeholder interviews, and they picked a number of people to go out and interview via phone from different sectors of the town. For example, our social service agencies, people who were affiliated with the school district, business owners, different community sectors. That's all sitting there in a draft candidate profile. I haven't seen it yet. They're working on it. And once that happens, then the advisory committee will get together and read that over and see if that kind of jives with what everyone was thinking. We offer suggestions and edits to IACP, and then the hiring process begins with opening up recruitment.
Great, thank you, Tracy. FX, if you're there, you have a chance to, you have the floor here. Go ahead and unmute if you're there. Okay. All right, I'm going to move along administratively here. It's a little bit of an awkward thing because we can pretty much talk about the same thing under both items here. So I'm going to conclude item 1, which was to receive the reports of the town officers and declare them received. And we've now moved into the second item on the town agenda, which is to do any other necessary and proper non-binding business, which really can include almost anything except for discussion of candidates. And I'm going to start off. I do have a proclamation here from the Board of Civil Authority that I'm going to read on their behalf. And the Board of Civil Authority is the group that, among other things, runs our town elections. This is an appreciation of someone who's been a great stalwart of that group. So I want to read this into the record, if I might. It's a proclamation in appreciation of service, whereas Kevin Raleigh served as a member of the Hartford Board of Civil Authority from February 1st, 1993 until January 31st, 2021. And whereas Kevin Raleigh, during his tenure, made an extraordinary time commitment and served for many years as chair of the Board of Civil Authority, helping the BCA and Hartford taxpayers navigate both the tax appeal and tax abatement process with fairness and compassion. And whereas Kevin Raleigh served as a dedicated election official for Hartford with an astute eye for computing final vote tallies at the end of lengthy election days, and for helping the BCA transition from hard counting at floor votes to being efficient when overseeing the voting tabulators used in Australian ballot voting on election day. And whereas Kevin Raleigh also contributed to formulating Hartford legislative district recommendations to the Vermont General Assembly during 2 decennial legislative apportionment cycles, and whereas the Board of Civil Authority and the town of Hartford residents are most grateful for the many contributions and countless hours Kevin devoted to service to the Hartford community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Civil Authority and the residents of the town of Hartford acknowledge and extend to Kevin Raleigh our best wishes and gratitude for his loyal service, dated this 26th day of January, February 2022. So that's signed by Susan Buckholtz, who's the chair of the BCA, and Nancy Howe, the vice chair. So thanks to the BCA for that, and also thanks so much to Kevin for all of his great work that only encompasses a teeny amount of the dedication and service that you've given to us here in the town. So thank you for that. Okay, we are in number 2 of our warning here, which is to do any other necessary and proper non-binding business. We have 52 attendees at the moment. I do have only one hand raised, which is still FX. FX Flynn, if you have come back, you have the floor. You can unmute and take it away. If you haven't, then I don't have any questions pending. So I'll give a few seconds here just to let some time go by. Okay, we do have a new question from Suzanne Abedi. Suzanne, go ahead, unmute, introduce yourself, and tell us where you live.
Hi, Suzanne Abedi from White River Junction. I just have a quick question on the attendance today. So you said there's 54, and I'm wondering, does that include the people watching live on YouTube, which I think was 14 a short time ago?
Great question, Suzanne. I don't know the answer to that.
12 people currently watching.
Okay, and that's in addition to who I see.
Yes.
Okay, Suzanne, that's a great point. So yes, right now my official list is 51, which includes everybody on the panel. And right now there are 12 people watching on YouTube. So we're in the mid 60s, something like that, it would seem. Okay, Lanny, yes, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you very much. I'm not sure if this is the best time to do this or not, but I'm going to take this opportunity to thank both Mr. Dennis Brown and Mr. Joe Major for their time on this board. Joe served this session as the vice chairman of the board. He was a great person to turn to for guidance and for calming when I needed it. I appreciate that reason of his. I do appreciate you, Joe. And Mr. Brown has been a member of this board for many number of years. He served the town in other capacities as well on many other boards. And his savvy and wisdom and knowledge of the town of Hartford history will be missed, as well as his demeanor. And I personally would like to thank them both for the privilege to serve with them very much. It's been an honor to both of you. And we're not sure what's going to happen to Ms. Souza or Ms. Tuffingen. They're both up for re-election this time around, but it's been a pleasure to serve with you as well, regardless of what happens. So thank you all for this opportunity to be with us. And again, to Mr. Major, Mr. Brown, please don't slide off into the distant past, and continue to be part of the town process, which I'm sure you both will be. And your guidance, both of you, will be sought for on my behalf, if nothing more. So thank you, gentlemen, and my best wishes for your time away from town politics. So
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lenny. I appreciate that. That's something we miss in this virtual format, is not having a chance for that sort of thing. And it sounds like Dennis and Joe have been identified and will not be allowed to slip into obscurity. So sorry about that, guys. Okay, we have another hand raised. Eric Kraus, go ahead. You're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On Tuesday, we'll be faced with a question on the ballot. There's an article about the retail cannabis question. And I wanted to ask about that. The first forum on that subject that I went to, or attended rather virtually, in December, one of my primary takeaways was, if we're going to do this, we should really do it right. In other words, put in place the proper zoning regulations and or town ordinances to make sure that retail cannabis works for Hartford and doesn't create more problems for this community. With that in mind, and also understanding that town ordinances and regulations require the capacity of the town manager, likely the select board, the planning commission, the planning and development department, which all have finite capacities. And also have a pipeline of work, including addressing emergency shelter for the unhomed community, zoning regulation changes for auxiliary dwelling units, and addressing the housing shortage in the Upper Valley and specifically Hartford, of course, town plan updates to the housing and economic development chapters, and a whole list of actions in the climate action plan that require capacity and involvement of planning development and planning commission, among others. So with that in the pipeline, the real question here is, what's sort of the range of estimates, if we had to take a best guess in terms of, with retail cannabis, the zoning regulation changes and the town ordinance changes, what does it mean? What does it mean to do it right? What's the range of estimates, and what are the opportunity costs? What might get bumped out of the pipeline if we undertake this in the next 12 months that can't now? What are we going to knock off the list of to-dos to take on retail cannabis? That's the question. Two questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that question. Anybody from the board want to step up, or from the staff, or from Lori? Kim, yes, go ahead.
Am I unmuted? Yeah. Excuse me. I mean, one fortunate aspect of this endeavor is that we won't have to be the ones inventing the wheel. Like I think that we'll be fortunate to reference other municipalities' formats and even zoning ordinances. And you are not wrong in the length of time that everything can take to go through that process. I can't necessarily speak to what would be taken off the table. Hopefully, we will be able to just increase the capacity to process these things. And I do think that between the guidance from the state and then other municipalities within the state and in other states who have developed retail cannabis market in their town, I do hope that we will revisit the retail local option tax, so that would be a consideration in terms of potential revenue as this comes together, but it's not the primary objective. I hope to work with, if I'm reelected on Tuesday, I hope to work with whoever the chair and the vice chair are to really set forth a more just comprehensive roadmap for, I don't think that we've necessarily operated in a very organized way as a board. Of course, there's limitations with what we can do within open meeting law limitations and that kind of thing. But basically, I think if we do set forth, really establish certain goals and objectives and the timeline for those things, then we would incorporate any kind of zoning ordinance changes to that plan.
Great, thanks, Kim. We have a question or comment from Deb Winslow. Deb, if you're there, go ahead and unmute, introduce yourself, tell us where you live.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yep, you're all set, go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, my name is Deb Winslow, and I am a White River Junction resident. And my question also relates to the cannabis question. And what that is, I read an article, it was in Sunday's newspaper, the 20th, and there was a passage in there that I am wondering if anybody, I spoke with Lori earlier this week, and she said she might be able to have an answer for me today. But here's what the little portion of the article said is, the Vermont Cannabis Control Board prohibits dispensaries within 500 feet walking distance from a school, a distance that the local municipality could either reduce or increase to 1,000 feet. But towns would have limited control beyond that. Municipalities could not regulate dispensaries separately from other businesses. So I guess I have a couple questions. How, we talked about zoning related to this and, creating different zoning regulations, but, it sounds like that might not be possible given this phrase. So I guess the first question is this what I read in the paper? Is this true? And then, how much leeway is there for zoning? And the second question is, when it says walking distance, does that mean as the crow flies, or does that mean you have to be walking on, say, like a sidewalk or a road?
Great, Deb, thanks so much for those questions. Kim, you've got your hand up. Go ahead and go for it.
And I'm not looking at the cannabis control rules at this moment, so I'm not sure I can speak to all of that, but I think with the interpretation of the journalist that wrote that article, I think there might be some, I'm trying to reflect back on the second piece of your question, relating to the limitations of regulation that the town can give. My understanding, and it may not be the full correct understanding, but my understanding is that the town is not able to basically zone cannabis retailer if it's approved by the voters, that we're not able to basically zone it out of the possibility of even existing, that we can't limit the zoning so much that there really wouldn't be any opportunity for them to open that business in the town of Hartford. So and again, I'm not looking at the article right now, just basing on what you said, if I'm understanding correctly, when it says the town is limited to what we can restrict, I think there's nuances to that just means we can't restrict it out of the possibility of existing. I hope that answers at least one part of your question.
Great, thanks, Kim. Allie, you want to take a crack at it?
Sure. I'm always a fan of being able to actually just cite things and read it so that it's as most accurate as possible. So the board was just sent over the Cannabis Control Board at the state level, their kind of municipal guidance, which they just released January of this year. So I think, Deb, if I'm understanding your question, it would be sort of related to what's in this guidance document as buffer zones. So I just want to read that a little bit and hopefully it kind of answers some of your questions. So it states that under board rules, a retail cannabis establishment cannot operate in any location where it would be a violation of the drug-free school zone law to sell a regulated drug. This means cannabis retailers cannot operate if the store would be on a property that abuts a school property, and if the retail operations would occur within 500 feet of the school property, to your point. And the board's buffer zone requirement applies only to retail cannabis establishments and not to any other type of cannabis establishment license. And a municipality may regulate the location of a cannabis establishment to the same extent it may regulate the placement of any other business under its zoning powers, but a municipality does not have authority to go beyond its general zoning power under 24 VSA section 4414 in creating buffer zones that could apply to cannabis establishments. So I think I'm just sort of in more formal language reiterating maybe what Kim has spoken to, but that is what is in the municipal guidance document from the state's Cannabis Control Board.
Great, thanks, Allie. Next question we have from Mike. I believe it's probably Mike Morris. Go ahead and unmute and tell us who you are.
You're absolutely right, Chuck. Mike Morris, Hartford, Vermont. First of all, before I forget, Chuck, I sit here and I've watched you to a few of these meetings Zoom-wise, and kudos to you. You do a good job. Your presentation, your explanations, your patience, much appreciated. I don't think I'm just speaking for myself. But anyways.
Thanks, Mike.
The other thing I wanted to say was that there was a question about water sewer lines being over 100 years old up on the Fairview Terrace Chalice area. If I'm not mistaken, I think a portion of that is going to be taken care of when we redo Fairview Terrace. Fairview Terrace doesn't not just have some problems with it as far as drivability and smoothness, but water sewer lines run down through there. I understand we're over 100 years old. It is a concern because they even, Rick from Water and Sewer Department some years ago, reduced the pressure going down over the hill there because if it burst in the middle of that hill from Gate Street, downtown White River will get flooded. So that's a major concern, and I believe and I hope that's included in the repair of Fairview Terrace. Maybe that's another thing we can look at because being capital improvement, maybe we can use some of those funds from the feds to help fix this Fairview Terrace by doing the water and sewer lines, compensate somewhat for the rest of the repair of the road. But if anybody can verify this, I would much appreciate it. Like I said, that's a major chunk of the water and sewer lines going up to Chalice area. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mike. I think those comments have been noted. Next question I have, FX Flynn, your hand is still up, actually. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you are there, I don't want to overlook you. So FX, if you are listening, feel free to unmute. And it looks like maybe not, so I'll skip again. Marcy Bartlett, you're up next. Go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Chuck. Marcy Bartlett and Wilder. I had to be away for a moment and came back to hear the discussion about cannabis and zoning. I have watched the process be discussed in our town, and the select board and town manager know my views. I would like to unequivocally say that I do not want to see a cannabis dispensary in the town of Hartford, and I challenge all other voters to vote likewise. I do want to say that I see how some decisions we make as a town get crafted and how we interface with private enterprise. Here's a good example. We had the homelessness or the housing shortage special meeting at the high school, And one of the experts on site were the folks who run Vermont, do quality work, et cetera, but they spoke loud and long about their ability to meet that need. And then this matter of the cannabis, the experts in the room were people from White River Grow Pro. They have purchased a property on Taft Flat directly across from the Haven. Well, look at the future home of White River Grow Pro. And so to me, I like these people. They're nice people, don't get me wrong. But that is an example of putting the cart before the horse, before there's ever the ability to do so legally. If this is voted down, what are they going to do with the property? So there.
Great, Marcy, thanks for that comment. Yes, Kim, go ahead and if you wish to speak to that.
I think
There you go.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
you're on. No worries.
I mean, GrowPro is an existing business operating right now with their current location down on South Main Street. And my impression is from just conversations with them, I don't think that they have aspirations to do retail cannabis. They may be interested in pursuing other types of licenses, but that, I think regardless of their business model, they're operating in the town of Hartford as GrowPro at this time, and they've invested in some property up on Hartford Ave in terms of their business. And I guess I shouldn't speak on their behalf, but I guess I just wanted to make it clear that they're not anticipating whether this goes through or not. They're already operating in the town of Hartford as a viable small business.
Great, thanks, Kim. Joe, you wish to speak to this comment?
Yeah, and in particular, because I facilitated both of those town hall meetings, I thought it was important to get stakeholders across the board to get a full width and breadth of the issues, those particular two issues, affordable housing as well as the cannabis issue. So that was my thought. I thought that we had both pro and con in both of those meetings, and we wanted a full and robust discussion. And I thought we got that in both those town hall meetings.
Great, thanks, Joe. Okay, we've had a couple of hours of interesting and informative meeting here today. I have no hands up at the moment. So I'm going to continue ahead here, which is to say, first, I want to thank our select board members. As Lanny pointed out, some who will continue to serve and some who won't. Thank you for your service on our behalf, and same for the school board. Thank you so much for your time on all of our behalf. It's been excellent to have everybody together here today to talk over the issues. So speaking of the issues, Tuesday, 7 to 7 up at the high school is all day voting. So the usual things will be on the ballot, and also some of the things that would otherwise have been on today's ballot will all be there on Tuesday. So thank you everybody for making this a smooth and productive meeting. This is going to wrap up our annual Town and School District Meeting Day for 2022, and we will see you on Tuesday. Thanks so much.